Council for Monday, April 24th, 2023. I now call this meeting to order at 6:30. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Here.
Mayor Infante.
Here.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, if you'd lead us in the pledge, please. Delighted to. Gentlemen, please remove your caps, face the flag, and say with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Okay, a couple of words. Start off with. As you can tell, we've got a lot of people in here, and we have a lot of requests to speak. So 2 or 3 things are going to happen this evening. First, I don't want applause, I don't want cheers, and I don't want rude noises. If someone comes up here to speak their mind, please honor their position, whether you agree with it or not. If you cannot do that, I'll kick you out of the room. All right? No applause, please. Second, normally we allow 3 minutes for presentations, but we have too many people. We have 40, 50 speakers. So I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes, and I'm going to be pretty intent on stopping you at 2 minutes when that red light goes off. Okay? Up on the podium. You'll see the red light in front of you when it gets going. I'm also going to ask that we change the agenda a little bit. But first, we have no proclamations. We're going to change this. We'll move that down. Okay. What I would like to do first is have the general comments and consent items.
You're going to change the order of agenda?
We're going to change the order. My apologies. After we'll do general comments, then we're going to go to item 6A, which most people are here to talk about. So we'll get that done, then we'll go back to the agenda as originally planned, and we'll continue on through the evening. Okay?
Do we need a motion for that, Mr. Mayor?
That's a good question, do we? Where's our legal people?
Change the order of the agenda.
Okay. Let's put it this way. Does everybody agree? Does anybody disagree?
No.
I'm fine.
Then we're good. We'll change that, please.
Okay.
All right. We'll go through the consent items, the general comments and consent items first, and then we will go to item 6A. So let's talk. I have a speaker slip here for Denise El-Amin.
So just to confirm, this is item 1, right? Public communication, non-agenda, and consent items?
Yes, and I apologize. We should be introducing that. So this is presentations for material that is not on any agenda item or is part of the consent items. All right?
So
Ms. El-Amin.
it's part of the consent item is when I can talk, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is part of the consent item 4D, okay? This is regarding our waste plant. The current plant was completed in 1997 with an estimated lifespan of 30 to 40 years. We are not experiencing any failing infrastructure. We completed major electrical and mechanical upgrades in 2021, extending the lifespan of a majority of the WWTP. The only concerns regarding compliance are 2 constituents: sodium, which is salt, and chloride levels. Neither is a cause of infrastructure damage or concern of plant failure. The city had attempted to mitigate these constituents in the past with a ban on commercial water softeners and rebates for residential water softeners, and was still unable to meet the levels. So back in 2022, which was exactly, tomorrow will be 1 year, Solvang, this is a report. Solvang will invest another $10 million into water waste treatment plan, including tooling that could support future wastewater recycling after the council voted unanimously on Monday to support the least expensive of the four potential options. Per Robert Clark, I'd rather do the minimum until we're forced. I like phase two, and it's a step in the right direction. I do not want to go into debt. I don't want to just feel good about using non-potable water from a recyclable source, just because it makes me feel good. That's Councilman Robert Clark, who lost the election, who was appointed by Mayor Afonte. Before us now,
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Dr. Cynthia Matthews?
Hello, everybody. Dr. Cynthia Matthews here. The reason I am coming up for the discussion one about the how you can go ahead and advertise for Solvang. One of the cheapest and most inexpensive ways to doing it is what I did. I met a lady when I was having some wine. She happened to write travel blogs. So I took her in my vehicle around to many of the businesses. And yes, I took her to Maverick, and we had a couple of dances. But she was able to take photos and show the welcomingness of Solvang. So I would encourage a lot of the people, when you're having conversations, finding out, but those people hit TikTok. Those people hit all sorts of different avenues, and it's cheap. It doesn't cost Solvang a thing. So that's just my recommendation.
Thank you very much. Caroline Abbott? Abbott? Did I get that wrong?
Can I ask you a quick question? Have you closed the public comment applications, because there's none out here?
They're in here.
Thank you.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. When we are faced with ideas with which we disagree, first of all, we must always be civil and respectful in our speech and interactions. Everyone wants to be treated with kindness. Remember, we are each individuals and each responsible for monitoring our own behavior. Though, even more importantly, always remember, as we are unique individuals, because we are made in the image and likeness of God. Think of that, how beautiful it is to be made in the image and likeness of God. What does that mean? To be made in God's image means that each person has a soul and each person has a conscience. So we know exactly when we are doing something right or we are doing something or saying something we should not be doing. Being made in the image of God is also a big responsibility because we must always live every moment and every aspect of our lives in the dignity and purpose that God has designed in His plan for each one of us. That is not always easy to do, but we have to try. For example, though we may strongly disagree with the ideas and intentions of another person, we must disagree in the most polite, dignified, and respectful manner possible. So in conclusion, thank you to those Solvang City Council members trying to keep Solvang a family and child-friendly city, free to enjoy all of the interesting history and unique features of the city of Solvang. And a special member to Councilmember Robert Clark for his efforts to achieve that
Thank you very
goal.
much.
Thank you so much.
Joanne Clark?
Oh, sorry. I recently came before the council to ask for fiscal responsibility. I asked you to consider a city policy to not allow special interest parades. I cited that the city funds should not be given to private organizations or special interest groups to support their activities. City funds, taxpayer dollars, and city resources, such as man-hours or city property for advertising, should not be spent on special interests. I noted that if we say yes to one group, we will be required to say yes to all and be a target for claims of unfair bias if we say no. Recent events have proven this to be true. This is what happens when Solvang leadership succumbs to what are decidedly legitimate, heartfelt concerns for people's feelings, where special interests are concerned. However, Solvang City Street should not be a billboard for promoting special interests, especially when they involve moral, controversial, or political issues, no matter how much we have a heart for the special interest concerns. I'm a right to life advocate. I could cite statistics of suicide and mental and emotional trauma for those who were ill-advised about abortion, a very heartfelt issue. However, I'm not requesting a right to life parade or any advertisement for any right to life activity in October when Right to Life is celebrated. Again, Solvang is not supposed to be a billboard for moral, political, or controversial issues. People come to Solvang to experience a unique Danish community. They come to relax, shop, dine, and get away from their everyday world. They do not come to see moral, political, and controversial issues advertised on our streets. They have enough of that at home. I will.
Thank you very much. Carrie McKinnon?
Hi, council members. My name is Carrie McKinnon. I'm a Solvang resident for more than 20 years. And I am here, I'm really sorry that I'm here, but I'm here to dress you down. It is humiliating that the mayor of Copenhagen has to write a letter.
Excuse me. That's item 6A, and that's not what this is about.
I am here to ask you all to be civil, to be the kind of council members that listen to people, that compromise. The art of government is compromising and listening.
Thank you very much, Carrie. But that
You are
is not
interrupting
this
me.
general, this
You are
is-
shutting me down.
I am. You go ahead. Get in line, Carrie. This is for that's a discussion for item
No,
6A.
I'm here to tell you that you are embarrassing. That's all. That's all.
I am embarrassing, that's obvious. Maria?
Hi. You can let me know if I'm wrong. My name is Maria, and I have been a resident of the San Ynez Valley for around 17 years. Speaking this evening is very hard for me because, although I can be very outgoing, I am a deeply private individual. I feel it's important to speak tonight to address a few council and community members who have expressed that they have not seen or felt intolerance in our community. I hid from myself, my family, and my community the extent of who I am out of childhood shame that taught me I was undeserving, disgusting, and just other simply because I am gay. About the same time I moved here, I was hospitalized for suicidal
Maria?
idealizations.
That's item 6A.
This is
If you'd
about my
like to
experience in the valley, not about the
This
banners,
is-
because I don't
well-
care about the banners. This was brought up a few weeks ago, actually in a meeting, and it's a general comment. I'm not addressing the banners at all in here, or any of the agenda items.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. About the same time that I moved here, I was hospitalized for suicidal idealizations. I felt I did not deserve life or love, and suicide was the only obvious answer. Had I not had the support and love of my family, I would not be here today. It took me another 5 years from that point to accept myself, and still another 5 years after that, to believe I am just as deserving of love as anyone else. I did not come out in our community for almost 10 years for fear of the exact response that Kyle Cavalli is being given today. I owned a local children's consignment store for 8 years, and ironically, the Cavallis bought it. I never accepted myself or the love I deserved for fear of ever being labeled a pedophile or groomer, because I feared people couldn't separate being gay from being a pedophile. Today, I know that living authentically and proud of who I am is so much more important than I ever knew. Marianne Williamson has a beautiful quote that says, "As we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same." So I am proud of who I am, and I'm proud of the family I've created. I am proud to be able to stand up today with all the love and support I accept, so that others who are still scared can hopefully find their own permission to do the same.
Thank you very much. All right, that is the end of the in process. Oh, I have another. Yes, ma'am, would you like to address us
I had submitted one
for the general comments?
yes.
We lost Anna Marie.
I gave it to her when I first walked in.
Well, that's all right. Go ahead, come on up and please introduce yourself and make your
I'll introduce
comment.
myself and I'll give someone else my chair. How's that?
All right.
I'll keep it brief. My name's Denise Spengler Adams. I'm from Santa Barbara County. The last 43 years I've lived here. I came today, I drove up from Montecito. My community of 8,800 contributes over $10 billion to the county. I was very concerned when I read that our sheriff's department would not be providing protective services to elected officials or to individuals. The reason for my concern is because I go to a lot of public meetings in the last 43 years, and we've had incidences where the sheriff department has not shown up. We organized an effort today to call the sheriff because after reading that article, it's very important whenever you have community people at meetings that we have protection. People will not come if they fear for their safety. I had 11 texts today that people would not come to your meeting because they had read that there would not be protection. We pay, and again, I just want to underscore that as members of the county, me for 43 years and all of you probably even longer, we pay, and I want services for all of you and your hired staff, protection to be provided, because not only will people not come, but they are very insecure, and that message rang loud and clear today with Montecito. And perhaps it's time for Goleta and Solvang and other areas to consider creating your own police force that's responsible to your mayor and to all of you, because it's very disheartening and concerning to me what happened on February 14th, 2019 in Goleta, where a quadriplegic was surrounded and the sheriff was given stand-down orders and a man's safety was jeopardized. And when I read the article at 6 a.m. this morning, I could tell you what I did the rest of the day. Your safety and your service is very important to all of us in the county.
Thank you very
for
much.
serving.
Thank you.
And someone can have my seat. Thank you.
Do we have anybody on Zoom that wants to talk, Brad?
Well, if they're on Zoom, they're not going to submit a paper.
He didn't unmute themselves. Okay, so we have nobody on Zoom. In that case, we'll take it back to the council. All right. Now, normally at this point, we would go into city manager report and advance calendar and things, but we have changed the agenda to bring up item 6A. 6A,
Mayor?
would you read that for us?
Quick.
may have their banners on display for a minimum of 1 month with a maximum of 3 months. You are allowed a total of 10 streetlight banners to be displayed. Every attempt will be made to ensure that all 10 banners are displayed. New applications will be reviewed by the city to determine eligibility criteria. Your alternatives tonight are to select a design and approve the application as presented, deny any or part of the application, and provide staff with direction accordingly. I'd like to also say that later this afternoon, there is a third version that is a blend of the two versions that are attached, that are in the packet. So with that, that is my staff report.
Does any of the council members have a question for the staff report?
The designs that are here, that are part of the application, there's two of them. Is that to be a front and back scenario? Or
No, those are-
Which one are we deciding on?
Those are two different designs, and the yellow is not part of the design. So you could decide on either one, but then they also combine these two, and they have the Solvang Pride that says, I don't speak Danish. What?
Olive Altman.
Oh, there you go. In Danish here with the windmill.
Is that typical that they would ask us to approve their graphics, or is it?
Well,
I mean,
that's part of the policy is that they give us a design and we approve the design.
And in
Along with
this
that.
instance, they're asking us to pick one or the other?
Yeah.
Or the
Yes,
third option that's
based
come about?
on, yes, the council comments.
Thank you.
I just want to address the misinformation comments, so just a couple quick things. This is the second time we are voting on this, not the third time, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And the council agreed 4-1 to bring it back as a banner-only application. No crosswalk, no flag. And because it is a banner program, I did want to point out, it is governed by the banner program guidelines, not code and ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So this, I'm fine with this banner right here. This is not even part of the
That is
discussion?
That is not part of the Rainbow House application.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we will start taking public comment. I am going to need all the public slips, please. Okay. Once again, please give respect to the people that are speaking and keep your comments to 2 minutes. Jesse Bengod?
Bengoa.
Oh, that's an A. Oh, sorry.
My fault. Council, I'm Jessie Bengoa, and I'm back for what appears to be Groundhog Day. I, along with the rest of our community, were under the impression that this issue had been put to bed after the council's vote to deny rainbow crosswalks and banners a few months ago. It then came before you a second time just a few weeks ago as a resubmitted proposal, and now, apparently, we're back for round 3. An excellent use of everyone's time, again. This proposal has so fiercely divided this community. Anyone who dares voice an opposition to pride banners or the denied rainbow crosswalks is vocally harassed as a bigot and a homophobe. I have profanity-laced, anonymous, of course, text messages to my personal phone number that can show you the amount of tolerance and love that's being spread here, and many have experienced far worse than I have. During the first council meeting addressing, then denying this part of this proposal, this council said that they would be reviewing, then strengthening the language in your policies to prevent any politically motivated causes from having access to street banners in the future. Yet, here we are. We're back for round 3 again. Should you decide to allow these banners, you're setting a precedent for any other cause that's important to anyone else to be advertised on the street banners around our town. I would then expect that when proposals are submitted for banners to adorn our streets in January for the March for Life or in April for the official Second Amendment Day, that these proposals will be swiftly approved. Otherwise, the council will be exhibiting extremely discriminatory behavior and setting itself up for immediate legal intervention. Vote this proposal down, protect the brand of our town, and strengthen the language in your own policies so we're not back here again next month and next year. Keep the politics out of Solvang and don't allow our town to be used as a platform for any cause, including this one. Lastly, I'll be glad to submit a list of numerous other causes that should get their time in the sun, should this one be approved.
Thank you very much. Please. Keep that up and I will have you removed.
I didn't know it could do that. I'm sorry.
Rennie Condit? Renee? I'm trying, I really am, I promise.
Like 2 minutes don't count getting up here, does it?
No.
Noonie. Alrighty. Good evening, council. I'm Renee Condit. 6 generations now of my family have continuously called Solvang home. Your consultant belittled that heritage in a council meeting that included a variation of this proposal a few months ago. She was wrong, and let me tell you why it matters. We have skin in this game. Our Danish family and many others who have been here even longer than us are the ones who built this town. We stuck out our necks, we built businesses, put in our time, and gave the elbow grease to lay the foundation of what this town has become. We built it to welcome people from every walk of life and to enjoy the hospitality that we offer these people, heavenly beauty and Danish culture. And to have someone, namely the sponsor of this proposal, stand up and say that this special place is something other than kind and welcoming town, that's just flat out wrong. That's not true. These families, including my own, still own businesses here and commercial property in the downtown district where these banners are being proposed. Why is it that we are here having to debate the fact that these banners represent a heavily politicized cause that boils down to celebrating sexual orientation? One group's cause over many other causes important to any one of us. This divisiveness has landed our town in the media for all the wrong reasons, tarnishing the image of our community by highlighting the strife over this issue instead of the long list of amazing positives that we worked so hard to build. Vote this proposal down. It violates your own policies. And speaking as a business owner and commercial property owner, I do not want this town politicized. Lastly, I'd like again to remind the council that this proposal represents just one group's cause. I didn't realize that it was an option to promote political causes, that we each believe in using our town's light pole banners. Should this proposal pass, I've got my own causes to put a banner up for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin Clay?
Hello, City Council members. Please, dear City Council members, protect our sweet town of Solvang from being a political town that supports extremists on either side. I've moved here 35 years ago, and I've always seen our community helping others. People have always been helpful and financially supportive of people, whether you were diagnosed with cancer or a young Chumash girl hit by a car or people in need of food and clothing. We have come together and have lovingly supported each other. Now I'm seeing lies being printed in the news about our town that we are anti-gay. Our town voted in a gay mayor a few years back, and most of us knew that he was gay, and we liked the way he wanted to help our town. We support pride and unity, not our sexuality. Pride and sexuality brings out the extremists on either side. Last month in Mammoth, California, they had Gay Ski Week, and they had many situations with guys taking off their clothes in the restaurants, dancing on tables perversely, and nobody stopped them. My gay friends are even freaked out by the extreme craziness being allowed. We need to come together in love and kindness to all people. We don't need to shout out and display in public what our sexual preferences are. We don't need to start politicizing our town. Let's be known to all cities and towns that we are supportive of one another and we get along. No matter what political side you may identify with, we don't need to be mean to each other. But if we start flying flags with political agendas, we must have to open the door to everybody's agenda and beliefs, whether it be Muslim flags or Christian flags, Cinco de Mayo flags, BLM flags, and the list goes on and on that we open the door for. So please get along and be kind to each other. You don't always have to agree
Thank
with
you
each
very
other.
much.
Show each other respect as city council and leave our
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
our beautiful Danish town.
Thank you.
Brothers and sisters, thank you.
Kyle and Matt Cavalli.
Hi, my name is Kyle Cavalli. Thank you for letting me be here and speak before you. I am the president of the 501c3 nonprofit, the Rainbow House, Inc. We thank you all for having the Rainbow House, Inc. sponsor Pride banners on the agenda. As you will see in our application, what we spoke about before, there are different options that you guys can choose from. There's a lot more that I wrote down to say. I think the feeling is different than what I really wanted to communicate originally. If you need evidence that that letter from the Lord Mayor was accurate, we can provide it for you. What became evident through this entire thing was that the fact is systematic homophobia and racism is not just visible, but encouraged within the council and within their communication. We were told that it was okay to be visible on one weekend a year. It's not enough. You cannot say that this town is welcoming and kind unless you have been gay and walking in my street while being spat upon, by being told that I am not enough, that I am not welcome, and be called slurs that I will not repeat. The banners are not what has caused division. People have created the division. Me being gay is not political. I have nothing to gain in this other than representation, other than my kids walking down the street and seeing a rainbow banner on a light pole for 2 weeks and saying, Papa, look at that. That's who we are. That is pride. That is welcoming. That's what I want for my kids. That is the core of what we are asking for, is acceptance and to be visible. That's it.
Thank you, Kyle. Damian Kreitman.
When does it start?
Yeah, please go.
Okay, in February of this year, I received a notice from the city of Solvang that because I supposedly own a swimming pool, I have to install what's called a backflow device. In fact, City Code Title 9, Chapter 4, Section 4 makes this a requirement. Well, whilst I might have a very big hole in the ground that sometimes fills with water that my kids like to swim in during the summer, this hole in the ground actually identifies as a tennis court. Therefore, City Code Title 9, Section 4, Chapter 4 is, in my opinion, hateful and bigoted. This letter is hateful and bigoted. And those who persist in calling my subterranean water-filled tennis court a swimming pool are all hateful bigots as well. Tell me, am I getting this right? You may think that I'm being facetious, but my point is simple. Labeling the rules you don't like as hateful and bigoted apparently means that nobody has to abide by them anymore. And thankfully now I don't have to install a backflow device, so thank you, because you're all hateful bigots. But let me hypothesize a little further. And that you as City Council still want to consider City Code and thus, want to ignore City Code and thus breach your fiduciary responsibility. You would probably be wise to consider a safety net for yourselves, perhaps listening to public opinion on the matter. And as everyone here knows, the overwhelming majority of the people that have contacted you that live in this town are against this. Those are the people that you purport to represent. They do not want this banner application to pass, Code says no, guidelines say no, the citizens say no. Thankfully, our founding fathers had amazing foresight and addressed this exact situation in one of their earliest amendments. Albert Einstein, who, by the way, has a very long history here in Santa Barbara County, is credited with saying that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results. What we are doing here is literally insane.
Thank you, Damien.
This doesn't pass.
Christine Klukart? Am I saying that right? Kluckert.
My husband and I are Valley residents. I came here first in 1979, and I kind of just have a simple thing to read. I want to encourage our community to celebrate family in all its expressions and to support an aspect of our community that has spent a long, long, long time being marginalized in the past. I and my husband and my family went to the gay parade last year. We had a wonderful time, and I just think it is something to support. So again, I am very supportive of this. Thank you for letting me speak. Bye, Solvang.
Thank you very much. Joanne Clark. Is Joanne still here? There she is.
I'm back. I identify as heterosexual. This is my choice. Everyone is free to choose how they identify sexually. It used to be a private, moral, personal choice. However, it is no longer the case. Personal sexuality has been pushed into the public square. We find ourselves in uncharted territory, trying to form legislation, laws, and rules that satisfy the demands of the LGBT community. Thus, it has gone beyond private and moral and has become highly controversial and political. I would not expect the city to spend money and resources to accommodate my personal special interest or my personal sexuality. I also would ask the city to not ask the city to break its own laws and rules already in place. The rules do not allow political banners or advertising. The City of Solvang and its governing council should be concentrating their time and efforts and resources to enhance the success of all businesses within the city and for taking care of the citizens and their needs, like water treatment, infrastructure, and city maintenance. They should not be promoting anything that would detract from those important tasks. Please put an end to these hot-button issues that can turn ugly and hateful. It's not going to get easier in the world we live in today. There will be more and more controversy in the world as people continue to differ in areas we never imagined there would be differences. The way to avoid any claims of hatred, bias, or exclusion is to make a blanket rule to no city support for special interest anything. Let people have a private event. They're welcome, they're wanted. If there was a private pride event, I would walk up in the park and welcome everybody there. We don't hate people here. We don't turn them away. And whoever spit on that man, that's deplorable. And that wouldn't be me and 95% of the people I know. Do not allow our city to become a billboard for advertising.
Thank you, Joanne. Lee Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mark. Robert, we've been friends and enjoyed discussions of literature and history for quite some time. It now appears that you and Kevin Keating, along with Terry Harmon and her acolytes, lost their decency and humanity at birth. I supported you for the council. I have to apologize to the community and the council for that. Had I known of your bias, I would not have supported you. Your language that appears in the public records request, the ideas about politicization, woke, butthurt, a-holes, bozos, and on, it's disgusting. Kevin Keating and now yourself approve of attacking People Helping People, the largest and most successful and generous nonprofit in the Valley with over 1,200 clients. And now it's a church, the Bethania Church. Banners? Political? How about swastikas? Did that raise the ire of the same folks who oppose gay pride? No hate or bullying. This appeared in the Public Record Act. You said. But ask the high school kids, and I challenge you to do that. And perhaps at another meeting, you can read the results of that inquiry. Some few years ago, there was a gathering in the park, the Solvang Park. Lots of kids, lots of family. There was a big, big board with MAGA hats on it and a big sign behind it. You know what it said? It said, "Fuck Biden."
Thank you,
And
Lee.
fuck you if you voted for him.
Where were you?
Thank you, Lee.
Groom?
Lee.
What does that mean?
Lee.
Well groomed.
Lee. Thank you, Lee.
You got it, Mark. You still owe me a few bucks.
I don't owe you anything. Jim Worthen.
I think the council and probably everyone here misses the real reason that you should do away with all banners except Danish Days. The reason is a young architect came here in the 60s. He saw a Danish community with a bunch of ranchers' buildings, and he said, well, maybe we should talk our clients into making it more Danish. And he did that. Earl Peterson was the architect that brought us what Solvang is today, and the reason that tourists worldwide come to the Danish capital of the world. Anything that distracts from that is distracting from the truth of why we have Solvang as a city. There's vast number of people and vast number of communities in this city. They all should reach each other with love and respect. But that isn't the job of the city council. The job of the city council is to protect the architectural background of this city and the way it has come about. We need to do away with all the banners except Danish Days, as I said, and honor the building and structures that bring people here. Any banners that distract from that are worthless.
Thank you very much. Michael Nicholson? Okay.
Hi, I'm Bobby McGinnis. I'm a local realtor. I work with all people who are all persuasions sexually as well as color of skin. And I've had a wide range of people that I have worked with. And I ran across a comment that I wanted to share with the group. Martin Luther King Jr., in the 1960s, he reached out to a mob and said, we need to look at those things that unite us rather than those items that divide us. So the first thing I'd like to ask our mob today is, how many of you are Americans? Raise your hands if you're American. Okay, almost everybody.
Please address the council.
How many of you are Californians? Almost everybody here is a Californian. And how many of here love the Valley and want what's best for the Valley? Everyone here, including all of you that are serving as the council. So my point today is that we have a history. It's called you have an architecture, the European. They actually have a special name for it. It's called the Northern European architecture. Is the architecture here in the city of Solvang, and I recommend that all of you remember that you want to maintain that quality of the European architecture, the quality of the history, the thing that makes Solvang so unique to bring people here from the cities, and that we're here. People who are coming here are coming to get away from the fray of the city, to come to visit a small community, to enjoy the ranching, the trails, the biking communities that surround the city. and that we need to keep politics out of the city. So I recommend that you continue to support your original decision to not allow the banners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jill Goldwarn?
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me today. I've been a Solvang resident for the last 20 years and raised my kids here, and they all went to public schools here. So, but today I'm speaking on behalf of the Anti-Defamation League. I'm on the board, and this letter was written by Dan Meisel, our regional vice president. On behalf of ADL, we submit the following comment regarding the application of Rainbow House to recognize Pride Month in Solvang with visible pride symbolism. As you may know, ADL is a leading anti-hate organization founded in the early 1900s to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and to secure justice and fair treatment for all. We have a long-standing commitment to protecting minority and marginalized groups, including the LGBTQ community, from harassment and bigotry targeting their identity. Across the country, members of the LGBTQ+ community, including youth, are being targeted and discriminated against. As nearby as Los Olivos, a pride flag was stolen and burned, accompanied by a video shared online with hateful comments. Rainbow symbolism has come to represent a broad and often bipartisan message that all deserve to be treated with respect and free from hate, harassment, bigotry, targeting their identity. It also serves as a message of hope and pride. It's a positive messaging that does not denigrate others. The definition of pride reportedly posed by a member of this council in recent emails is narrow and limited and disregards the term's important meaning for many others. The long arc of justice has evidenced time and again that our common values of a nation are more consistent with the politics of inclusion than the politics of exclusion. A community that opens its arms to visitors from around the world should, of all places, also open its arms to the diversity within. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Megan Dietenhofer?
Good evening again, Solvang City Council. You already know from my previous statement here and email to all of you that I am coming in support of the proposal for the Pride banners, and I would have supported the crosswalk too, but I guess it's off the table now. And I speak as at least one Danish voice in the community in support of this, but I guess I could be three because my sisters agree with me. And we own a property that at one time was our grandparents' general store. They came here to be with their family that had come in 1911, so our family's been here for a while. And they were inclusive people, so I feel like I can bring them into it they would probably agree with me that being supportive of the LGBTQ community is not incompatible with the theme of a Danish town. Having a more diverse community and more diverse visitors is good, in my opinion, for a tourist area. And I can say this as a business owner who currently, as you know, I stated before, has a pride flag flying in Los Olivos at Figueroa Mountain Brewing Company, which we put up in response to the pride flag burning that was just referenced. And we've had a positive response from many visitors, and people feel more welcome for it being up. And I think the negative response to the proposed pride banners is a lot of backlash to change. My mom went to the high school here, was born and raised here, myself as well. We've seen a lot of change in the community, and I think it's something that's hard for a lot of people. But to me, change and moving forward, especially if it's including and accepting more people, is a good thing that we don't need to be afraid of. And in closing, I would say that I would love to have something that Solvang is in the news for, that my cousins in Denmark don't call and make fun of me about someday. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Sabine Ovesen? Did I say that one right? No. I'm striking out completely. Would you pronounce that for me?
Yeah, my name is Sabine Ovesen.
Ovesen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if I can't see with glasses on. Can't see without. Okay. Dear Mayor Infante and a council member, did I say your name right?
You did. Thank you.
Okay, we're on it. Okay, my name is Sabine or Sabine. I was born and raised in Denmark. I live in Solvang. I'm concerned about the new banner that is being proposed and do not represent Solvang. It does not. I believe it creates confusion of what this town's brand is all about and should only be representing the town's value, culture, and Danish celebratory events. We are a Danish historic town, and we want to keep it that way. People come from all over the world to get a taste of our sweet, traditional, charming Danish historic town, where culture, flag, and brand are preserved, and kindness is shared with all of our St. Ynez Valley residents and visitors. I would like to offer my help because I'm proud and very happy to be part of this community. I come to you with a solution. I have designed a banner that will still preserve the Danish brand while highlighting our commitment to our community, uniting together as one. This design will show we welcome everyone to Solvang while preserving our Danish brand, that I believe it's very important. It is a great balance of both the traditional Danish culture and help to celebrate Pride Month of June. My proposed banner is designed to represent the Danish flag, community, Solvang, and Pride, or the primary and secondary colors. If you want to leave that out, that's up to you. And it is meant to be a banner for everyone to enjoy. In case you didn't know it, the Danish flag is called Dannebro. Oops, sorry. I was going to tell you all about the Danish flag.
Email it. We'll do that another time. Okay. Thank you very much. Elisa Bondurant. At least I know how to pronounce that name. It's a race driver school.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's associated with my ex-husband.
Oh, I see. Darn.
I know.
I thought I'd have an indoor racing school. Wow.
Sorry. Not me. You'll have to talk to my ex.
Bob.
Thank you, Mayor and Council people, allowing me to speak to you today. I'm going to speak with you first on behalf of one of my friends, Erin Polaro, who is a licensed marriage and family therapist living in Solvang for 8 years. She says, "Dear City Council members, thank you for hearing and considering my plea for your support around the Pride signage proposed by Rainbow House, Inc. I have worked in mental health for 15 years, and I have provided counseling services here in St. Ynez Valley for the last 7. I can tell you with authority that LGBTQIA folks in our community experience judgment, harassment, and hatred because I hear the painful stories firsthand. I can also tell you that prejudice and marginalization are significant factors in the development of mental health issues. Research shows that suicide rates in LGBTQ youth have gone up for the last 2 years in a row. 45% of LGBTQ youth seriously consider suicide. But suicide rates in this population are significantly lower in communities that demonstrate inclusiveness. That's why this representation is so important. It's not hyperbole to state that visibility is a matter of life and death. I feel incredibly concerned for the mental health and well-being of our LGBTQ youth this season as they experience and witness blatant discrimination instead of the support they might receive from community members and leadership in this town. Please do the right thing. By making the decision to support the Pride streetlight banners, not only will you attract more tourism to benefit local economy, but you will also be making a decision that directly improves the health and safety of our community members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Denise Adams? She's gone? Okay. Moving right along. Aaron Crocker?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I come to you as a neighbor. I'm not from Solvang. I'm from Lompoc. We like visiting, though. My wife and I, we spend our money here. We bring our kids. So I come to you as a father as well. Father of 6, 4 of which we have, and 2 of which belong to 2 wonderful women in Sacramento that I'm the donor for, and they call me Dad. And they like to visit as well. And some of the comments that have been recently released from one council member in particular that is just filled with so much hate It really makes me reconsider even wanting to visit this town that does claim to be welcoming to all, and yet a sitting council member and the quotes that have come directly from public record say otherwise. And it breaks my heart to see that, because this is one of the places that we like to take people when they visit. It's a very fun community, and it is welcoming to all, or so we thought. And then this issue comes to light, and there are comments made, and then comments made on the public record that say otherwise. And so I urge you to adopt these banners as a showing of support for the community that is here. I've heard a lot of people talk tonight about the kids. And I do wonder, has anybody talked to the kids? Because I will bet you, if you took a vote, they'd all be voting for these banners as well. And you should think about the future of this town and of your citizens and try to be on the right side of everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brittany Allen.
Hello. We shouldn't be gathered here over rainbow banners. The banners didn't make it political, you did. We, as an LGBTQIA+ group, are not a political agenda. We are not here to push the gay agenda. We are not here to push the rainbow to make your children gay or trans. That is not how it works. We are here as a group of people who have fought so hard and long to live who we truly authentically are, and to have something as simple as 8 banners with rainbow colors around town. I don't understand how that is something that has been so politically involved that we are now on our second meeting about it. It makes no sense to me. I am a member of the LGBTQIA+. I am a mother, and I am here to say that we are not the snowflakes that you called us. We will not be melted down, made into the ground, so that you can tread all over us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cynthia Matthews? She's been up a couple times. I probably got that name right, didn't I?
I know, really. Thank you for allowing me to be up here again. I've heard a lot of vitriol, and it's interesting because a lot of it is coming from the gay community. I am an open lesbian woman. I've been this way my whole life. I'm going to turn 60 at the end of May. And as I've explained before, I've been beaten, I've been raped, I've been all sorts of stuff because of the fact that I'm a lesbian. I stand before you with great humility, and as I promised in this last meeting that I addressed you, that I would go out into the community. In fact, I put my number on the line. Many people called me. Many people met with me. I don't know how many out there have done a survey. I went through the city. I've met with hundreds of people within this community and surrounding community. I have done an impartial survey. I wanted to find out what they wanted for this community, both gay and straight. And when I say gay, I mean lovingly, gay et al., including everyone. And what I mean by that, too, is when you say that you stand, Solvang welcomes all. We have a local artisan who does not belong to our community. However, she does because she lives in this community. She happened to design a banner.
Dr. Matthews,
And what it does.
that's for us.
Correct. For everybody. It includes your branding.
It's not part of the application that was
No,
presented.
it's not. But there was an application submitted, and it will be coming before you again. But what I'm saying is that when it says for all, please, people of my community, remember, it's not only for gay, lesbian, it's also for straight people, too. We stand up for everyone's rights, and we need to remember that with great humility and great respect. We cannot be the aggressor here. We have to love, and we have to move forward with respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Matthews. Mary Beth Lee?
I'm a longtime Solvang resident. I grew up here. I'm a property owner and a voter. Mayor, council members, I urge you to approve the proposal for the streetlight banners for Pride. There are banners to support many organizations, seasons, events, and celebrations in Solvang. So this shouldn't be a big or difficult ask, but it is an important one. Last year, Solvang celebrated Pride for the first time. The city made an official proclamation that June was Pride Month in Solvang. As an ally, I volunteered at the parade and attended many events. These were peaceful, joyful events that sent the message to the LGBT community and their allies that they were seen and supported. That was a moment of inclusion that the city can be proud of. Since then, there have been attacks on our LGBTQ community. Most notably, the theft and burning of the pride flag from St. Mark's and the repainting of the rainbow speed bumps at the high school. These hate-fueled, bigoted actions have been very hurtful to the LGBT community, especially to the youth, and have left them feeling unsafe and unsupported. Ask them, listen to them. They deserve our support. Someone on this council has said that he doesn't understand what pride is all about. Pride is the opposite of shame, and the LGBTQ people have endured a history of shaming and marginalization for who they are and who they love. Pride is about acting in the opposite spirit and affirming their dignity and place in society. If you can't understand that, you're just ignorant.
Thank you very much. Laura Ishikawa?
My name's Laura Ishikawa, and I'm here again to support the Rainbow House proposal for their banner streetlight banners and address some of the concerns that you as city council members had in the past meetings. There was concern that the banners will be up for a whole month, and you felt that that was excessive, and why did it need to be a whole month? The banner guidelines say new organizations wishing to participate may have their banners up for a display for a minimum of 1 month for a maximum of 3 months, or the length of the event. The original proposal was for a month, meeting your guidelines, and they've reduced it down to 2 weeks. I urge you to approve the banners and approve it for the full month of Pride. There's also concern that if this was allowed, where would it stop? Would other people want to promote holidays and events beyond Danish Days and Yule Fest and 4th of July? And again, I certainly hope so. Your city guidelines state the city encourages events promoting various holidays and seasons throughout the year. I hope that we can encourage more events that promote our city, such as other cities do Juneteenth, Dia de los Muertos, the Japanese Obon Festival, Greek or Jewish festivals. These events are important to the community that hosts them, but also they are open events designed to invite everyone to come and celebrate together and learn together. All are welcome, including everyone is welcome for Danish Days. There is plenty of room for everyone. There's also concern that the Pride banners and flags are political and divisive and supports one ideology, which doesn't support your banner policy. However, we choose our political affiliations, we choose our religions, we choose our beliefs. We do not choose to be straight or gay. That is just who we are. Everyone is represented in the Pride banners. Please do the right thing tonight and approve their proposal, hopefully for the whole month that they are allowed. And please remember that everyone matters or nobody matters.
Thank you very much. Michelle LaMarche?
Hello, my name is Michelle LaMarche. Lived in this community for nearly 30 years. My 2 sons went to San Ynez High. My youngest son was the president of the GSA when he was there in 2012. I was so proud. The t-shirt I'm wearing today was because I volunteered at last year's Gay Pride event. It was such a wonderful day. I was so proud of this city for hosting it. It showed such a welcoming aspect of our town. Families, partners, the sheriff was there. It was a day to celebrate. The whole weekend was wonderful. I was proud to say that I lived in this town. Now, I'm not sure I feel that way anymore. What Solvang should be doing is trying to be as inclusive and welcoming as they can be. And if 2 weeks of banners is going to stop that, it's pretty ludicrous to think that this is even a political agenda. I don't understand how that is the case. This is to welcome everyone, like we do from all the people who come here every year. I've been a nurse for 30 years. We are taught cultural competency, and I think you all need a lesson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve Cox?
Thank you. There is no shortage, unfortunately, of places where folks aren't welcome for one reason or another, for being dark-skinned or poor or Jewish or emotionally or physically challenged, for an excessive fashion sense, for being odd. There are places where people can't say the word gay to someone not past the 8th grade. And then there are places that are known for being welcoming, for being open to tourists and travelers, folks looking for a holiday or a getaway, folks from Los Angeles or Hollywood, folks from Hollywood, Florida. The point is, this place has been to us, to my wife and I, a welcoming place for the past 9 or 10 years. My understanding is that a group wants to express welcoming to a group of people that includes my son, with banners, maybe a painted crosswalk. They're not protesting anything this town is doing. They want to add gestures of welcome for a week or two. It's my understanding that this isn't intended to be 2 weeks of taunting, nose-thumbing, mocking of non-gay folks, but a chance to show grace and hospitality at a village scale. It's intended as a brief period of tolerance, and at the end of 2 weeks, the crosswalk would have been returned to a fresh white color, but we can sit back and analyze whether or not we've been harmed or helped by this gesture. No one is asking this town to replace 805 with Bud Light. Just to be or to show a little more welcoming for a little while, and that should be a good thing.
Thank you. Cheryl Trusky? Cheryl's gone? It's good. We're only halfway through the stack. Okay. I want to say it's Mark Bell, but I'm not sure if that's right. Mank? No, it's Maria. Oh, that's a Maria? My apologies.
All right. In high school, it was like really long last name, so I was common like Mark. Yeah, so.
That was.
Thank you for, right? Is it Maria? Maybe? Does it kind of look like it?
Well, sure, go for it.
Okay. I would like, thank you again. I wanted to speak again, this time in favor of the banners. I really was unbiased, one swayed one way or the other until I was listening to everybody talking about how political it was. And I just want to say that my family is not a political matter or a political issue. And having those banners up shows for us that this valley is an accepting place. When there's so many loud voices, especially sitting on this council, that are not. Say what you will, you're not accepting. And you don't have to pound your fingers, down to say how damn friendly you are. It's evident in the way you walk. I also want to say that when traveling, one of the things that my family has to look at is how does a city accept their gay community? Because it's a matter of safety for us. And that is not something that a straight white man has to do. So you may never feel that feeling because it's not your reality, and it is ours. So when people are looking at traveling to Solvang, that is probably something that they look at. And I want to finish on Mr. Robert Clark is donating $10 to Gays Against Groomers, an anti-LGBTQ organization. And I implore anybody who supports the LGBTQ community to donate $10, maybe $20 in support of the Rainbow House Inc. and the efforts that they're making to make a better community for our youth. So.
Thank you very much. Steve Braun? Brom?
It was 100 for the record.
Steve?
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Infante, council members, everyone else, inside and out. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Pride Month and the LGBTQ community here in the Valley. I'm going to talk about nostalgia. Now, that may seem off topic, but it isn't, trust me. I grew up in the 50s and graduated college in the 60s. I was male, white, and middle class in a 90+% white middle class neighborhood and school system. I enjoyed a safe, fun, well-loved childhood with many friends and lots of playtime. I loved school and did well. So when I think of those times, it is with a fair amount of nostalgia. At the time, I was naive enough to believe that my experience was common, almost universal, but it wasn't. In the 60s, I became aware of just how much it wasn't. The civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, birth control, women's choice, the Vietnam War, assassinations, all these elements and more simply burst that bubble of privilege and ignorance. I knew I had to engage a world that in many ways was alien and threatening some of the core beliefs and assumptions of myself and my parents. Fast forward to today, and my generation, like me, remains sometimes nostalgic for a past that in reality was narrow, exclusive, and in the final analysis, illusory. We choose too often to be ignorant and dismissive of everything uncomfortable or challenging outside the bubble in which we grew up. We have become the parents we rebelled against. So in this moment of reckoning and division, let us, my generation, recognize our nostalgia for what it is. Not a place to hide, but rather a place from which to draw our best aspirations for every child in this country, in this world. Let us do it with humility and kindness, recognizing that the world, our children...
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Erica Valdez? Am I getting better at this?
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. I didn't really prepare anything for tonight, but I just want to say I'm in support of the banners. They are beautiful and they welcome all. So I truly cannot wrap my mind around how someone could have an issue with that. It says all are welcome, not if you're straight, you're not welcome. It says all are welcome. I grew up here. I went to Solvang School in the high school. Now my daughter goes to Solvang School. Someone's existence is not political. I hear people say that having these banners for 2 weeks will mean that the town's not family friendly. How is that, like, how can you even say that? Everyone in the LGBT is part of a family and has children. My sister and sister-in-law and her wife and their daughter are not political. They should be welcome here and feel safe here. In fact, my sister-in-law grew up here and moved away because it was not safe here. Very few people were open and out growing up here and going to the high school because it was not safe. Last city council did a great job making June Pride Month. Now we need to continue to make our LGBTQ plus community feel safe and welcome. And beautiful banners that say all are welcome. Again, it's not political. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Walther? Next up is Jack Williams. Since I know you're in the back of the room, please, Elizabeth, I apologize.
Okay.
Want to get the next guy in the queue to get
Oh,
up
no,
here.
no problem. And you got my name right, so.
Oh, good.
My name is Elizabeth Walter. I grew up here in the Valley. I've lived here since the 80s. Went to Solvang School, went to the high school. I have children here in the Valley as well. I myself am a member of the LGBTQ community. My children are also members of the LGBTQ community. And for those that say the Valley is welcoming to everyone, has not lived that experience. I had to pull my eldest child from the high school because it was not safe, just like Erica was saying. I did not enroll my current freshman in the high school because it was not safe. My kids were so excited and so happy to see any recognition from this city when Pride happened last year. They were so pleased and so happy and felt like finally, there's some sign of welcoming for our family. Then they've seen between what happened at the high school with the crosswalks and what's happening with this banner, and they are seeing that it is not a friendly place for us, particularly when a particular council member has said some really awful inflammatory things about the trans community and the LGBTQ community. It's unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable for a council member to speak in those terms. And that's on the public record. Yeah. It is not okay. My family is not political. Our existence is not political. My children are not political. They just want to exist like any other kid in this valley. And all of this makes it so that they're afraid to come into town and do the things that the other kids do. So please
Thank you
support
very
banners.
much. Jack Williams? Followed by Kevin Saraslon, I'm not sure. Please, go ahead, Jack.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and you did get my name right. Jack Williams, I've been a citizen of Solvang for over 20 years and lived in the Valley for over 30 years. And in that time, I've experienced that Solvang is a very welcoming and open community. And I think that putting up the banners will only emphasize that. It will also help rectify some of the very bad publicity this city has gotten recently. And I urge you to be inclusive and not exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kevin Saratslu? I'm not sure that I got that name. What is it? Saraslav? Ah. Thank you. I miss every other name. I apologize.
All right.
Go ahead, Kevin.
I guess I just wanted to say that the board better be, kind of careful with what they do as far as you guys spend a lot of time promoting Solvang's businesses, and pretty good example of what Budweiser just did with their ad and losing $5 billion and stuff like that. I mean, I've grown up with gay people and I support gay people's businesses in this town without, any thought of it. And it's, it is sad that they're don't feel accepted. I think they are more accepted than they think they are, but we're in a small town where we don't see it as much as in the big cities if they do get harassed and stuff like that. But I just hope that, I think Robert's gone out of his way to make a point, and I think that he's not trying to be hard on people. He's just trying to do what the people of this town want, and that's why you guys were elected, to do what the town people want, and it's pretty obvious. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Pete Thompson? Hey, Craig, just grab that. Is this for item 6A? Okay. Please, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Pete Thompson, lifelong Valley resident, just a long time.
I'm here and talking support for Robert Clark. I've known Robert since he moved here. I consider him a dear friend. And it pains me to see what he's been put through over the past 2 months via, I mean, everybody's talking about public comment here. Feel free to go to public comment and see what the Rainbow House spokesman has been putting Robert through for the past 2 months. Threats that's been reported to the sheriffs that is not right. I mean, everything that's been going on here is making, it's dividing our community. It's bar none, it's dividing our community. And that doesn't belong here. You don't gain acceptance by first creating division. We're here to accept everybody. The banners, that's great, that's fine. We'll put the banners up. But that's not really the point. This is a community that should be held together by the people, everybody here. You know, everybody, I think, needs to take a quick look in the mirror and ask yourself, why do you live here? And you're here because of what this place is. It's a beautiful place, and people that have moved here from LA and San Francisco are so hell-bent to change it. I mean, I've seen people that move to Woodstock and want to put lights in out there because it's too dark. That's not why you move here. You move here because it's what it is. And if you don't like it, well, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg H. Yes, sir.
Hi, there we go. I'm here to talk about the process like the previous gentleman. As far as the banners, I'd probably put them up myself, but that's not the point. Point is, we have a representative process here. You find people, 5 of you on the board, show up and vote, and you do your job really well. And it is disheartening, if not shocking, to find out that some in the community don't accept this process. They go and threaten you as representatives. They threaten you with emails, they stalk you because they didn't get the vote the way they wanted. That is un-American, okay? You are doing your job. You're doing a good job. And those people who don't like the results of the votes have to accept it. It's the American way. It's the way we run a representative government. We don't run by mob rule and keep voting until we get the vote we want and harass our representatives until they do what we want. That's what's scary here. It's not the banners. Banners, I wouldn't care. I'd actually put them up, okay? But this process is scary. This is not America. This is not the way citizens should behave. They should respect the representatives that represent them. Otherwise, we have mob rule, and we don't want to go there. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Jerry Rounds.
Fourscore and, oh no, wrong page. I must admit I'm probably under some anticipation of what was really going on, but let me just say, one thing that comes to mind is, shouldn't we know what these banners look like? It seems to me that that should be presented before we're doing this, but here we are. And I'm against the banners, not really strongly, but again, like the last 2 people, just because I think we're going down a road that we shouldn't be going down. This is obviously a divisive issue, and because of that, it's almost defined as political. And I've been spat upon, and I don't need a parade or banners, excuse me, to make myself get beyond it. And I must, I think, also address that there was a FOIA request, and then people have been harassed in the community and on the board, and the genie is out of the bottle, and the only way it can be put back is if this type of thing is resisted
now and forever. And I also might say that if somebody were to be open enough to talk to Mr. Clark, they would find him to be not what he's being characterized. And I think that's an injustice. And anyway, that's more or
Thank
less.
you, sir.
And with malice towards none. Thank you.
Jason, okay. DeMitt, I'm not sure that I got I can't read your writing, sir.
It's a problem.
Would you please tell me what it is?
Duet.
Duet?
Yeah.
Really? That's a, oh.
Yeah, I also mumble, so. Thank you. I stand opposed to the Pride movement and the request for the banners, the parade, and the deciding that June is Pride Month. And the reason for that is pride is a celebration of sin, and that sin hurts us, right? We're all sinners. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Jesus came into the world as a baby born from a virgin birth. Son of God, Son of Man, he lived on earth. He faced struggles and bore all of our sin on the cross. For the punishment of sin is death. Jesus died for us. John 3:17, for God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. Jesus died on the cross, and on the third day he rose from the grave, defeating death. This is our hope. This is the gospel. Galatians 1:9. As we have said before, so now I say again, if anyone preaches any other gospel to you than what you have received, let him be accursed. There's also a warning. Luke 17:2. For those who mislead others. It would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were thrown into the sea, than that he should offend one of these little ones. There's always hope in Jesus. One of my favorite parts is...
Thank you very much, sir. Jeff Paskey? Where's Jeff? There he is.
Well, I heard last year that you were having gay parade, and I go, what in the hell's going on? And then finally, Solvang is overly welcoming to people. I went to the parade. I was hearing rumors that people thought we were going to take our clothes off and stuff. What a disappointment. It was so well done. You did a proclamation. I mean, that's what Solvang is. And it is not political. It's a day of celebration, which is why it's called Pride. And to keep it short, there's a common thread in this room with everybody. Because all of you, whether you know it or not, you know someone who's gay. You socialize with them. Maybe your children are, and they're scared to tell you. But I'm one of the lucky ones. I've had no problems in this community. And I want to say, good job on the parade last year. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Bobby McGinnis? I think that's what that
She already spoke.
Okay, moving right along. Nelda Martin.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. It's nice to be here this evening. I want to thank you for your commitment to your community. You give up family time, and it's a long day. But it's important that we're here to speak to you. And I'm a newbie. I retired here into the Santa Barbara community. And what I've heard today is sad. It's a little disturbing that we've had attacks on our council and sad stories about their people's experience. But I don't think hanging a banner in the streets of Solvang is the answer to this. I think that if we thought about it, we could probably come up with a lot of different needs where we could hang banners. I think you could all think of some things that we could hang a banner for. So we don't need banners. We need understanding. We need to look at how we can be better at serving and being a good, helpful, honest community. When I came here 6 years ago, I felt like this was a little part of heaven. And then this whole thing has come to pass. It's a very sad thing. But I do want to say, getting down to business, the primary source of income for the city of Solvang is tourism. And I really want to warn you that this is going to cause problems. It already has. And I feel that everyone is welcome here. It's dog-friendly, it's people-friendly, and we love our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joy Cully? Have that right? Joy? Ah, there she is.
Hi.
It is Cully?
Cully, yeah,
Ah,
that was
got
good. Thanks. Sometimes I even have a hard time pronouncing it. Actually, I prepared, so Joy Cully, Solvang Spice Merchant owner. I also was most recently on the Design Review Committee for 2 years, just finished my term there. Very happy to serve Solvang. You cut us from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, so it kind of changed around what I was going to say, but I'm really tired, guys. This has been many years, many years of fighting for gay rights, asking for marriage licenses 20 years ago, having people in my face with signs that says, God hates fags, and you're gonna die, and it's really scary. It's really scary. And coming here to Solvang has frankly been a breath of fresh air. It's a lovely community. It's a place where I have a number of businesses, where I make my home. I live with my partner, who is probably many of your veterinarian here in town. It's hard to know what to say. It's easy to say, I'm going to attack Mr. Clark, or I'm going to tell you how disappointed I am in your decision you made last time. For me, it's almost not even about the banners, though I do think you should support the banners. But it's just a bigger picture, a conversation. Even what some of the opposing side, or the opposing side to me, I guess, have said, it's important for us to have conversations, but really to try to understand what people's experience is. And in the last meeting, what bothered me the most was people coming up here and sharing their experience and then being told that that doesn't happen here. So I just encourage you, the council, to please try to connect with your constituents, try to understand who they are and the experiences that they're having and why they're sharing this, because it's really hard to get up here and talk in front of a bunch of people, and especially to say that you feel scared or that you feel like you're not being heard. Certainly, I don't think any of us want there to be threats or anybody feeling bad. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
And we hear you and we see you.
Hank Homburg? There he is.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Hank Homburg, a Solvang resident. I spoke, I think, 2 meetings or a meeting after you guys made the difficult decision with regard to the banners. And so I said, I appreciate the fact that you guys have a pride parade and a pride event in the park. And I know the banner thing was a difficult decision for you guys to make. I was actually ambivalent about the whole thing. But I said, thank you for voting the way you did, because it was a difficult decision, but I feel like it was a fair decision. And that's how our system works. When we first started this meeting, we all pledged allegiance to the flag, which is the United States of America, not the divisive state of America. And it seems like it's almost become the divisive states of America these days. And I don't want that to happen to Solvang. Never has. Since I've lived here, it's always been very friendly, very outgoing. But if any of you go to Ed Hat, and I suggest some of you do, who are on the Pride side, I've never seen such hateful rhetoric in my life on a news source that's in our local community. They basically said St. Anne's Valley is full of hate, and we're all bigots, and blah, 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 blah. That to me is the real injustice here with this whole system, is that you guys denied it. It didn't go certain ways or groups' way, and now they're really upset about it, and they're coming out in full force, and we want it, and we got to have it. That's not the way it works. I'm sorry, you know. Like I said, I was ambivalent about it, and now, after speaking to you guys at the council saying I appreciate your decision, that as hard as it was to make, I get some crazy guy following me on the street in his car.
Thank you, Hank.
Or threats, and I have gotten threats.
Thank you very much, Hank. Rod Simmons? No Rod Simmons? Red Simmons? Did I get that wrong?
He was here.
Okay, well, moving right along. Chris Boyer. Hey, I remember you.
Should. Good evening, Council. Mayor and Fonzie, I'll make it quick because I don't actually have anything prepared. I am in favor of passing forward Rainbow House. At the end of the day, it seems like there's two big arguments that the side that is against this right now are putting out there, and I just want to point this out. Number one, on a bunch of signs that I see are go woke, go broke. That is absolutely moronic in my mind. Between 70 and 80% of Americans are in pro-LGBTQIA+. You buy by your values at the end of the day. I don't buy Chick-fil-A because it goes against my own value systems. I'm betting Councilman Clark will never buy Bud Light again. Number two is this idea that this is, keep politics out of Solvang. There's an irony in asking a bunch of politicians to keep Solvang apolitical, but besides the point. There's a lot of things about politics that are choices. Your choices are, your politics are informed by your experiences, your knowledge, your understanding of the world around you. Being LGBTQIA is not a choice. That is absolutely the way they are born. This idea that this is somehow political is absolutely ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Watts? Ah, there he is.
I want to thank the council for your patience, for your fortitude in standing what you believe in. For over 50 years, gay rights groups have cried out for tolerance of what they did in the privacy of their own bedrooms. The acceptance of those cries have led to progressively greater demands for respect, demands for celebration of the behaviors that they add constantly to their alphabet. Now, there's been a lot of hostility as people claim that we are not inclusive and welcoming. But our town says a different picture. For 9 years, I voluntarily put up and changed out the street banners in Solvang. And so I don't envy your position. I started getting phone calls at work all over the place as to who wanted what up. And I stuck with a strict seasonal winter, spring, fall selection. The best banner we had was the Danish flag with Solvang, because everybody that took a picture of that advertised Solvang, and they advertised our claim to be the Danish capital of America. So I think we should stick with what we've been doing. And I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moira Gill?
Hi. I've been here 30 years. I run a business. And I'm only here, like, I feel like I've been dragged by my hair in here. I had an honesty summer a bunch of years ago, and I've stuck with it, and I like it, and I suggest you all stick to the truth. Jesus Christ said, "The truth will set you free." I'm not religious, but that's my one Jesus quote I like to use. Discrimination based on sex is illegal in California, so you must watch yourselves because it could be against the law. A banner was taken down at an AME church in Washington State, and it cost the people who took that banner down $22 million. This could be very costly for Solvang. We are a tourist town, and so saying if you don't like it here, leave isn't really so great. And I'll clear up a few pieces of misinformation, otherwise known as lies, right here and right now. I wrote to the Lord Mayor of Copenhagen, and I got a response from the Secretariat, Steve Lyons. They are incensed that Solvang has been dragged into culture wars. So that's what it looks like to the world. It looks like we're dragged into culture wars. What we care about here as a community is safety first. The culture wars got somehow dragged in here over to the high school. I have a junior at the high school. Leave my kids alone. Let those kids do what they want. I agree with what people said here. Talk to the kids. The kids don't care about this. This is a parent's issue. We too will be looking at aspects of free speech, intimidation, all these things. Crazy. I agree with Pete Thompson, who spoke earlier. I believe that this is an equal playing field issue, an equitable ground.
Thank you very much. Christy Bell, or Sub-Bell or something. I'm, again, having a tough time reading the writing. Okay, we'll move on past that one. Oh, she was on Zoom. You gave me that one from Zoom? We have a whole bunch of people on Zoom. Is she still there?
That's not one of them.
That's not one of them.
Someone brought that and said she'll be on Zoom.
So she's not.
There's only 5 hands up on all that?
Okay. There's only 5? That's wow. So we only have 6 or 8 more. Lauren Shires?
Thanks for being here and your patience and everything. So my name is Laurel, and I'm a local member of the queer community. I grew up here in the 80s, and I didn't come out until I was like almost 40 because I didn't feel safe. I moved to LA as soon as possible when I was 17 and came back here in 2017 for chemo. And I tried to convince myself that I was straight for almost my whole life because I didn't feel safe. I didn't have representation because I lived in the Solvang snow globe. And obviously I'd like you to approve the banners. That's not obvious. My mental health suffered along the way, and I broke a lot of hearts. I wasn't intentionally trying to stay in the closet, I just didn't know. And it didn't feel like a safe community. My existence has nothing to do with politics. It has everything to do with my place in the world and how I fit in and how the world receives me and how I accept myself. And this is what we mean when we say these are matters of identity. It'd be great if the kids in this town grew up with representation. We're a day's drive from LA and San Francisco, and like it or not, we're a gay destination, like tourist destination. And I know that tourism is like one of our biggest industries, so, you know.
Thank you very much. Aria, Dougherty?
And I'm a junior at San Ynez High School. I'm 17 years old. I can't speak for all the students there or all the youth that live here, but I can tell you that I truly believe that a vast majority of them are absolutely unbothered by rainbows and would really appreciate representation for everyone and inclusivity for everyone. And I can tell you what I see in here every day at the high school. Kids, my classmates, my peers, they talk about getting out of the valley and getting out of this town and going to college like an escape. A lot of them aren't happy here, and I love it, and I love this community, but the fact that the people that are supposed to be leading this community are denying a symbol of inclusivity for everyone, it is making kids my age feel unwelcome, unsafe, and just generally awful. It's not just the gay kids, it's everyone. Even the white, straight football stars talk about getting out and going as far away as possible because of the hateful environment that prejudiced people have created here. And unless you step up and show your kids that you love and accept them no matter what, you will lose them. They will leave. They do not want to be here because of people like you making decisions like you have. And unfortunately, I don't think that the majority of people in this town are being represented by the people that are elected. 90% of the emails sent in about the banners were in support. Please put up the banners and show everyone that you support them no matter what.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dennis Bales?
Good evening. I was home tonight watching this on Zoom, and my Zoom connection died, so I came down here, and I wasn't expecting to see.
We had a power glitch.
Well,
It
yeah,
went
okay.
black in here for.
I couldn't get it back up. I've lived in Solvang for almost 23 years. I had a business for 32 years before I retired. 3 of you have been to my home multiple times for dinners. I've been to 2 of your homes before, and I thought we were friends. You know me. And then before the first vote, I got a call by one of you asking my opinion about this. And I said, you know, if you just go for it, it's going to blow over. You know, it should just happen. And then it didn't happen. Okay, and it's become a big international issue with Copenhagen. I'm afraid I'm expecting to see it in the New York Times or the LA Times or whatever, any day. And I have friends, I lived in Santa Barbara before this. I have friends down there that have been reading about this issue in Newshawk, and Channel 3. They can't believe it's happening in this day and age, okay? And, again, I've been around, okay? So I did go to the parade last year. It was wonderful. There was a family sitting next to me with their little child, enjoying it, clapping. They had a relative who was gay. That's why they were there. I was very proud to see people I've known for years marching in the parade. And so anyway, I don't understand why you guys have made it an issue, okay? And I think if you guys just would accept everything and go, let the banners be, let the sidewalk be, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Rich Safright? Safright?
Safe right.
Safright.
Almost got it.
Well, I'm working on it.
How you doing? Some might know me as the voice of the Pirates. I've been here for 45 years, I guess.
Yeah.
I do believe the younger generations are much better about inclusion and racial acceptance. I really do think they're growing that way. I do think the big reason, the big difference now in this room isn't about banners. I think when you go home and look on YouTube and see how they're having shows for 5th grade, 3rd grade, 7th grade kids in the classroom, and there's physical touching, and it is over the top. I cannot support that. I don't care if they're straight, gay, whatever. And I think that's created, it's not a banner for me. It's you got to go home and look and see what it's being viewed at as in America. And in this, Ellen, is this Ellen over here? No, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was someone that coached my daughter. I was going to say hi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Rebecca August?
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak, and thanks to all of you that work so hard to try to make good decisions. I hadn't really prepared any remarks for today, but I can really understand what it feels like to not understand what it feels like to be unsafe because of who you are. When I was 11 years old, I never thought about being unsafe. I never thought about it. I fit in, I looked like everybody else. Nobody knew that I was different in any way. That's the year that my brothers were beaten up on the way to Hebrew school because they're Jewish. It never occurred to me. And I also was wondering, like, why could they do such a thing? Why would people hate them so much? And people here, I mean, we publicly say that, you know, outside we're such a friendly town, and maybe you're nice and you're nice and you're nice, you know, out in public to people that are not the same as you. But let me tell you, I also lived in Colorado, and when I lived there, someone tied up a gay man to a barbed wire fence and beat them to death. And this is the thing that people think when they walk around with this worry in their minds that things might happen to them. And whatever we can do to make everyone feel safe in this town, we should be doing. This is a very small thing. It doesn't involve anybody doing anything except for putting up a welcoming sign on the road to Solvang. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Zoom, please. We've got 5 people? 7 people? Oh, good. Can we start with the first one? Tony, can you hear us?
Tony Bianco.
Yes. 1 second.
Please go ahead.
Here I am. I just wanted to. I'm here with my daughter, who's part of the LGBTQ community, and her partner. And obviously, we're in support of the banners and crosswalks, although they're not on the agenda. I watched the last meeting where this was voted down. I was very disappointed when Mr. Cavalli got up to speak and the issue of the drag race was brought into it, or the drag show. That wasn't on the agenda. We're all about rules, following the rules, following the regulations, following code. And I don't believe that was done. I believe that people were contacted and rules were not followed. Rules of conduct were not followed. That kind of disturbs me because this is supposed to be a forum where people will come out and speak on something that they feel passionately about, feel strongly about. And to have a sitting council member try to bring in people to support the agenda that he wants to push, it's not acceptable. It's absolutely not acceptable. The pride flag has been a symbol of acceptance, of inclusion, of peace, unity, going back to the 1700s. The Buddhists fly the flag. the flag was flown in maritime to show neutrality on ships.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bianco.
Well, that
Thank
was
you.
fast 2 minutes.
That was. What do we have next, please, Brad?
Dale Murnane.
Is he on? Dale?
He needs to
Thanks.
unmute there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I thank you very much for this opportunity. I've listened to everybody and I haven't formed an opinion because I just listen. And I learned from a great yogi that when you don't have to judge anybody, life gets easier. But let me just say this. I'm a single white retired woman who has served the public as a dental hygienist, a spiritual healer, a teacher, and a doctor of acupuncture and Oriental medicine. I'm very proud of the life I have lived, and I see no banners on any street representing me and all of my efforts and choices over many decades, nor should I. My paths have been well chosen. I wake up every day proudly moving forward. We all should. We all should be able to do so without a cheerleading squad with pom-poms and or banners chanting us forward on our chosen paths. The American dream is about choosing our path and then living it well. I'm personally sick and exhausted from all the victims of their own dreams. I wish for them to wake up from their self-induced nightmares. They are ruining life and our environment for everyone else. For that reason, I oppose the banners. I just want us all to get along. And I think I've said what I've had to say, but if I still have time, I sure will use it. The world does have problems. The city has devoted employees helping to keep us safe from awful crimes and violence. These banners represent a horrible waste of financial resources and city employees that need to focus on matters of safety and our healthful environment, among a long list of vastly more important things than time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murnane. I appreciate it. Who's next on the list, please,
Next
Brad?
is Lydia. Lydia, can you unmute?
Yes, I'm here. I just want to say that I am a local business owner, and we do support the Gay Pride event. We held a fundraiser for this event, and it's very personal for us and our family. We do have members in our family that are part of the gay community, but not only that, they're mental health care professionals. Unfortunately, they work in a field of mental health, serving youth. In the past decade, we've seen several of our family members' clients kill themselves because they didn't have a community to welcome them. These are ultimately banners. I think they look great. They say all welcome. But what has occurred in the last month, and you'll hear my little guy, who I do take to Bride as well, what has occurred in the last month is not welcoming, and it doesn't give people a community or an outlet to find services, to find therapists that are welcoming. These are all services that were provided at the Pride Festival last year through People Helping People. There's various other organizations present. It's a very much needed event, and the banners are needed so people feel welcomed and they don't feel like they're alone in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, you have Arcelia Cencion.
Good evening.
Cencion.
Good evening. My name is Arcelia Cencion. I am a San Ynez Valley resident. Identifying as LGBTQA is not political. It is a person's identity. It is who they are. All people need to feel affirmed and have a sense of belonging and the display of the banners is an act of support. The LGBTQ community are important and contributing members of our community. They are business owners, professionals, educators, and children too. It is a city's responsibility to honor and acknowledge all community members and not to discriminate. Cities and communities evolve and change, and I hope for the better. Yes, they change, and I am not leaving the San Ynez Valley. I find it very disheartening to hear from community members here tonight suggest that I leave because I don't like something. I am going to stay here to ensure that today's children and future generations feel safe, seen, and supported. Marginalized groups have been ignored, overlooked, and ostracized for many years, and I admire their courage for speaking up and to be seen. Please demonstrate your support by voting yes for the banners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, you have Ava.
Ava?
Ava.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Ava Talley. I am the Public Relations Officer for the Pride Alliance Club at the Allen Hancock campus. And I want to tell you what the rainbow flag means to me. It means that I can kiss my partner in the same way you can kiss your husband or wife. And when I see you kiss your husband or wife, I don't immediately think, oh, yay, heterosexual sex. I'm going to think about this in depthly. Why is it different for me? Why do you guys sexualize, my love and who I appreciate? And the flag means that I am safe to hold their hand without fear of stares, fear of beating, fear of being followed, fear of being mocked at. I'm a part of the community, and I am a student. I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a neighbor, and I'm a victim of your ignorance. I am growing tired of your lack of love for your town and the people in it. I came out in elementary school, all right? As a queer person, I would have loved to see my flag flown. Why is your flag more important than ours? Why am I not as important as you? Why can I watch you guys pledge to 3 colors, but when I want to see my flag flown, it's somehow seen as taboo to you? And why am I a political topic? Why was me, when I was 7 years old, a political topic to you? And I didn't have any influence. I wasn't pushed, I was ridiculed, right? So I just want to know, you say that we want to preserve the town's belief and its architecture and its history. The architecture is called Tudor, by the way, which I did not hear mentioned at all. You don't even know the actual name. And there's no beliefs, and change has been pushed and stood up for, and people don't just take it. Women had to fight for their rights to vote. Slavery was fought for. You didn't just take it. The people in power weren't just like, oh, okay, let's do this. You standing up for what's right is not a bad thing. And I don't think that you guys should, be like, well, just accept the decision. So slaves should have been accepted being slaves. Women should have just accepted
Thank you
being
very
house-
much, Ava.
Thank you.
Zachary Del Rio.
Zachary, can you hear us?
Hi, I can hear you. Yes, I'm unmuted. I'm Zachary Del Rio. I'm a resident at Santa Maria. I'd like to just run by some statistics by all of you, just to give you guys an objective view of this situation. LA had a pride parade in 2019, which invited people from anywhere to come and celebrate. And they generated revenue through sponsorship and through ticket sales. And I'd just like to share the product of that. About $2.5 million in tax revenue were generated from that Pride event. And 40% of the ticket sales were from people outside of Southern California. So since I know that Solvang's economic structure is mainly based on tourism, I would just like to point out that objectively, this is beneficial financially. And for any business, it isn't necessarily about selling Pride merch or whatever. This is for any business within Solvang if any event were to take place. In London alone, when they had a Pride event, they doubled their revenue based off sponsorships for the events that were held in London, from $200,000 in revenue to $400,000. And I'd also like to point out that the population of Solvang, 30% of which is over 65. And the population is decreasing. It went from 6,100.
Thank you, Mr. Del Rio.
No problem.
Colleen Estrada.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Colleen Estrada. I'm a Santa Ynez resident, full-time since 2017. Prior to Santa Ynez, I lived and worked in Bellevue, Washington. In 2012, Washington State was among the first states to place legalized same-sex marriage on the ballot. I voted for it. As a design director for Microsoft for 13 years, I hired diverse and talented teams. In my teams, among the last hire I made prior to retirement was that of a fabulous design developer. Her name is Jay. She is one of the very, very few trans women hired in engineering at Microsoft. I made that hire. I have a gay nephew, gay friends. I'm actually telling you all this because I'm very dismayed at the way that Robert Clark has been treated. He has been vilified unfairly. And I guess you could just lump me in with him and call me a bigot in spite of my own knowledge of what I've done and who I am, because I oppose the installation of the banners and crosswalks for Pride because they're just not in keeping with the city's objective to not install political banners. Doing so will open the door for any group to petition the council, and if denied, will lead to more unnecessary, expensive litigation, which is already plaguing Solvang. The dogged pursuit of this matter by the applicants is fomenting divide in our community. And the community supports Pride Month and the parade. Everyone's just kind of skipping over the fact that everybody's all for the parade, and it's been a very supported event. They just want to be able to have a voice and say, okay, but where does it stop? Enough is enough, or maybe it's never enough. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much.
Sheila Benedict.
Yes, good evening, City Council. When I was a kid, raised in a very Italian Irish Catholic neighborhood, my father rented the apartment across the hall from us to two gay men. It was the best decision my father ever made. They were wonderful. They were marvelous neighbors. One of the younger ones used to play board games with me when I was a kid. I just grew up knowing that some men date men and women date women. Big deal. I support the flags, and I think that Solvang needs to do it. Furthermore, before I lose my 2 minutes, I am appalled that a member of the City Council, his language was so bad and represented the city of Solvang so bad. You want to censor him for the type of language that he used. I rest my case.
Thank you, Sheila.
Marcos Alvarez.
Hello, Council. My name is Mark Alvarez. I am born and raised in Solvang, graduate of the Santa Ynez High School. My children have gone here. I just want you to please listen to the courageous young people who've come before you this meeting and previous and shared their stories. And please remember that majority of Solvang is in support of allowing these banners. It seems to me a small, minor, kind gesture that doesn't cost us much. It's not cracking the door open for a deluge as some of these other talkers have put forward here. And I do support you voting for this. And please remember, the majority of us are in favor of this in this community. And if you want to have any tenure in your positions, I would consider this as you vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jake H.
Jake?
Jake. Jake H.
Okay. Do we have a connection?
Okay, Jake H, can you, you're on. You're unmuted.
Okay, let's go to the next person then.
Jules Bianco.
Hello. Hi, thank you for letting me speak. Hi, yes. So I was going to say that I don't think anyone is being vilified. I think people's actions speak for themselves. Nobody needs to paint anybody in a certain light for their own actions to just represent who they are presenting themselves as a person. And that seems to be one particular council member. I also think that just because people are asking for something doesn't mean it takes away from anybody else. I think that a lot of people grow up with the belief that some types of people exist to receive less, and so then they get baffled when they receive something or more. And that's not how it works. I think that people, they deserve to get something, and that just because, you know, we share, or there's, you know, there's not like a fight for resources. We aren't animals. We aren't, you know, in primitive times we can coexist together. It's not like that. So I think just to keep that in mind, because I think people are very focused on the idea that they will be losing something if anybody who's different gains something. So, but yeah, I think those people will be held responsible for their actions, and I hope that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. What do we have next, Brad?
Vashti Wilson.
Vashti?
Vashti, can you unmute?
Seems you're muted.
Oh,
Hello. So I'm not going to speak on whether or not it's appropriate to have the banners. I think many people have already spoken on that enough. The bigger issue for me is that everyone should feel that they have a right to be heard when they go before the council. And I've heard people speak glowingly of a certain council member's conduct. But I will say this. There is a code of ethics that each council member should follow. And there's also a handbook for all of the city council members. One of the things in that handbook, 6.46, says it is inappropriate for a council member to pack the audience for a specific agenda item, which that council member did the night before the first vote. It is also said in the code of ethics that the language should always be respectful, that one should keep their personal biases out of their decisions when they are serving on that council. And by the emails that were dispersed, I would say that that was not done. Calling constituents, community members, and tourists assholes, woke agenda, and other monikers of that nature is not something that is honorable and a way in which a city council member should be conducting themselves. Mr. Clark always brings up how respectful he is of the armed forces. I will say this, I'm actually an Air Force combat veteran. I was actually in Afghanistan. And if the conduct that he exhibited had taken place in the military, he would stand down. That would be the honorable thing to do. I think Mr. Clark knows what he should do based solely on his conduct behind the scenes.
Thank you very much, Vashti. Okay, it looks like.
So Jake H still has his hand up, but he's.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Sorry about that. I am here mostly in support of the flags, but I'm also here because my restaurant, Craft House at Cork, was brought up by one of the city council members in the first vote. I was not aware that there was a vote going on, and I didn't think it was fair, never been addressed, and I think that it's been lost that this isn't political, that this is simply about people loving different people than you love, and I don't understand why it's an issue. It's 8 banners across an entire city. I mean, I don't know how many American flags are up in Solvang. I'm probably not going to ever notice how many pride flags are up. I just don't understand why we've had 3 city council meetings regarding this non-issue, this issue for people to be seen. We hosted a drag brunch before we were even open as a restaurant last June. SYV Pride had approached us and asked if it was my first drag brunch I've ever attended. Was it something that would be my favorite thing to do personally? No. I'm a heterosexual white male married. I mean, it's not necessarily my cup of tea per se. However, we hosted it. It was great. And most importantly, people there had a great time and were loving the atmosphere, each other. We had over 100 people on the wait list. And, you know, Robert's comments about GOP pressure shutting down the one in December, I'm not sure what the reason was. I wasn't really involved in why it was shut down. But I will say that I was personally afraid, given what happened in Colorado. I was afraid to host
Jake,
a drag.
thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. That is all of the comments. Believe it or not, it's only 2 hours worth. So let's bring it back to the council.
Excuse me, you told me to get back in line and I did. May I speak?
I apologize. Please do come up one more time. Sure.
I do not appreciate that you shut me down the first time. My point was this. It was not to do with the banners. My point was I am absolutely humiliated to live in a town that is getting so much bad press because of the decisions that are happening on this council. That's all. We have a tourist town. How hard is it? That's all. I'm just ashamed of 3 of you.
Thank you. All right, now let's bring it back to the council for comments. Anybody want to say anything? Okay, well, I'm going to make a couple of comments real quick. One of them is that you've heard several speeches on both sides of this, and most of them all came, a lot of the problems that comes out of this is if we allow this, what do we do with the next organization that wants to have something like this? That is the next item in under 6. That's 6B. We are going to talk about this policy that was that is in question right now. So we can't say what the decision is going to be, but we'll get back to that in a minute. So at this point in time, we have the staff report that asks for us to make a decision on approving the application by the Rainbow House for 8 banners for 2 weeks. It's nothing to do with crosswalks. There's no flags. This is strictly light pole banners. Do I have a motion?
I think I want to make a couple comments, if I could, before I make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the banner program as applied and design number 2. So that's a motion I'm making, but I want to make a couple comments because I read every email we got and listened closely to all the comments, and I think most of my peers would probably say the same, that we are trying our best to listen and move us forward in the most positive way we can. We, as a city, deliver services for our residents. Those services include safety. They include water. They include parks and recreation, like any other city. We have something special here, which is our Danish TRC. It's extremely special. It drives 1.5 million people into this town to spend their money. We have to be really careful with how we treat that special aspect of our town. We also deliver services to the visitors. 1.5 million per year. Those visitors expect to be safe when they arrive here and they expect a great experience. So we have an opportunity, and I think it's pretty simple and straightforward. From my perspective, the applicant has adjusted their application. They've modified it in a way that makes it easy to align with other applications we've accepted. I think I want to acknowledge that this is probably uncomfortable for many people who don't understand this community, but that is the point. We need to move forward and accept some change and accept some discomfort. And frankly, we already made this decision a year ago, more than 8 months or 10 months ago, when we proclaimed Pride Month of June. And we agreed to a parade. And in that context, this application is simply to enhance that event. And add 8 banners out of 100 is really pretty simple.
I'd like to add a couple comments.
Absolutely. Comments, please?
This is frustrating because I like this very much, and I would be more than happy to have this up for a weekend. But when the previous year, when I voted to approve the parade and the event and the festival, which I went to, I received a lot of angry emails from my redneck friends, as we called it. We joked about that, blah, blah, blah. But I approved it last year, and I approve it this year. I'm fine, and I'm happy with it. I'm sorry, folks, I don't understand, I'm not a bad person for not understanding drag shows. I apologize. And I'm not a bad person for not thinking that there's a lot of politics involved in this. But the hate and the vitriol that I've received via email, stalking, my trash was gone through, my recycle bin was gone through on Thursday night, just because I don't understand every single point of this aspect. I've never, ever said that we should not have a gay pride parade. I've never, ever, ever said that we should not have a festival. My only issue was turning over an entire town to what a lot of residents and a lot of people would think is a rather political event. Call me whatever names you want. And like when I did say that, when I said about the drag shows, I said, oh gosh, I know I'm gonna get called a bigot tomorrow and I don't care. Because I just speak my mind and it is who I am and it is what I do. And then the Ed had article on Saturday or Sunday says, Solvang hates gay people. And the lead item is self-proclaimed bigot, Robert Clark. I'm like, well, that's awfully fair. And I keep going back to like, I took heat for approving a parade last year and approving a festival and attending it, and it was a great event for the entire town. But who's next for an entire month of an agenda to hang banners in this town? I don't want it for anybody. So, as I say, I'm happy for the parade. I'm happy for it. I'm getting, of course, bombarded by a lot of angry people right now, and I get it. We can disagree on something, but it doesn't mean I need to be followed to work at 5 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't need to mean I open up my recycle bin and see every bag ripped open because somebody's trying to find dirt on me. I'm sorry. I don't think that's right either. We can agree to disagree. And as I keep going back to, I was happy with the parade, but a month of banners, I still don't agree with 2 weeks of banners. But I just, and I don't represent the mayor of Solvang, the mayor of Copenhagen. I don't represent a lot of angry people in LA or San Francisco. I represent the residents of Solvang. And I believe that I'm doing what they're asking me to do. But I'm happy to have the parade. I'm sorry, I just don't agree with the banners for an entire extended period of time, and that's all I'll say.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Well, I want to thank everybody that's here, that is sitting down through the meeting and speaking their mind. And I am just hoping that, as Council Member Elizabeth Orona said, that we can move forward. It's impossible to take a decision that is going to please everybody in many cases. And personally, I work very hard to do this. I am, yeah, you know, it's not enough to read the agenda. I actually went to school for this. You can probably tell that I would have loved to be a clown in Cirque du Soleil. I was all about theater. I was all about the circus. But in all honesty, yeah, thank you. I know that we all want the best for this town. What really bothered me about this is the assumptions that we make about people when they say something, when they say that they stand for something or against something. And I wish that we would all take a step back and a breath back, and before we say anything, we think about where this vitriol is coming from. Please consider that we all grew up in different times. We had different experiences. We grew up at times where some things were okay, some things were not okay. And while I feel privileged to have been able to live the life that I've been able to live, I realize that that's not everybody's experience. So just because we experience something as wonderful doesn't mean that everybody does. So it's important to listen. Mr. Clark, I appreciate your concern about the message that we send to children, whether this is targeting children. I can certainly understand why somebody would be uncomfortable about drag entertainment being directed at kids. And children are just so vulnerable. I wish that we would all wonder what message we're sending to our children with the media that is out there, the heroes that are celebrated in movies, in music videos, the pressure to look a certain way, to perform to a certain standard. Not just when something rubs us the wrong way for our own personal experience, but really in what other ways these things can be applied. So that's all I have to say
Thank
about
you.
that.
Mr. Brown?
I remember. It's first of all, thank you, everyone. I appreciate the courage, the passion, and the message that everybody's brought today. I've listened intently. I've reached out to many of the community, and I've also had some serious strife in my own family regarding this issue. And I've in all that research and prayer, I've got a lot more questions, I think, than I do answers. But I think that the community is asking for a collective decision on individual rights and privileges. I'm real uncomfortable with making a collective decision for all. And I go to the example of when Russia invaded Ukraine. I saw Ukrainian flags everywhere. I'd so like to see that represented. Regarding the preparation from the last meeting, received the agenda packet on Friday and had to make a decision on that, on the flags on Monday. I apologize. It wasn't the best prep we could have done, but it was the time that we had available for talking and seeing others. But we've come a long way in vetting this whole endeavor. We've received letters from the congressmen, state assembly people. When I say letters, emails and the like. What I wanted to say is after that Monday meeting, I actually went to the local store and I put don't do what I do, or don't do what I say, do what I do. I did go and bought a flag, and it is in my window at my establishment. So, but that's that. My biggest concern, and it may be resolved in the next item, was the idea of being careful what you wish for. And having a special event or any event for a cause or underappreciated individuals would open the door for pro-life organization, the NRA. I would think there was a number of them. And maybe it's not what you would define as an equivalent example, but we could all find one. The other thing that I'm fearful of is duplicating a Budweiser fiasco, be quite candid, with our tourism. I've gotten well over, well, at last count, it was upwards of 180 emails, both for and against the banners. And some of them were of the, to shame me if I didn't vote their way. Some bullying, some threats. And it's unfortunate that they go to that level. And it was brought up about our Danish heritage. Our Danish heritage is rooted in the architecture and the past. It doesn't necessarily mean we have to share their future. That's for us to decide of how that goes, and we should build on what we have from the past. And then I think probably I want to finish up with some of this, is that I'm afraid of, like I said in the second item, that we use words of inclusion, equality, diversity, and if we didn't allow other groups to have those same things that would follow this application, would they not just become buzzwords if we didn't approve or accept them? And that's my fear. So I'm either racist or bigoted, or I'm a hypocrite if I don't let the next one come through. So these are the concerns that I've had. And as an act of inclusion, because it says to the residents that the government is not in the business of picking cause flags because there are so many, and if we pick one and not another, then that act itself becomes exclusionary. So again, be careful what you wish for. And finally, I'll end up that the flags are on street lights, which are part of public works. And the public works is city-controlled and operated, the streets, the lights, the power, all these things. So it's not, it can be accepted or declined by this body and or our Public Works Department. And for that reason, I think that it can coexist, but it's absolutely going to be the authority of the city as to those flags and whether they're there or not, or whether there's any flags in the future. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. One of the problems, and I'm going to pick on David for just a second, he kept saying flags. I'm not talking about flags. This whole decision is on banners. The letters that we've been getting from some of the state officials, from Denmark, all made inaccurate statements, and as a consequence, they were saying, we're a terrible city. But they were saying that we denied this or we weren't going to do flags, and it went on, and it was extremely disturbing, actually, the inaccuracies. So, where we are right now.
We have a motion on the floor.
One other comment.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I also heard tonight that politics was also the art of compromise. And that being said, I did hear one of our councilmen say that he liked this particular flag. And I don't know, it's up to the applicant whether they would want to exchange that for this. And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Well, we know about the art of compromise, so now.
Okay, so first off, let's go legally. We're looking at voting on an application that included two flags that we were to choose between. That flag is not part of the application and would require a separate application. Okay? That would take a revision to the application, would come back another time. No, we don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and let me see if I got that correct, to approve the 8 banners for 2 weeks and use design number 2. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the motion.
Okay. Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you'd take a roll call, or vote call.
Councilmember Brown.
No.
Councilmember Clark.
No.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right. So what you've just heard, ladies and gentlemen, is the decision will be on these banners for 10 days, 8 banners. It'll be option number 2 in the design. And this is going to roll over into the next item. We're going to go back to the original agenda, but it's going to go back, and we're going to talk about this policy that this is based on later on tonight. So at this point, we need to go to the consent. Yeah, we got a few minutes before we have to vote on extending. Let's go to the consent calendar items. Is there anybody on the council that wishes to pull anything off the consent items?
You actually had your presentation
No.
was going to be the first item, your 3CE presentation. So.
You're right, and he's been waiting a while.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, let's do
You
that.
want to
Okay.
take a little break or let him clear out?
While we get everybody out of here? Yeah. Okay, we're on break for about 7 minutes. Have we got volume? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to resume, please. And we are going to go to the presentation that we had postponed so we could spend the last couple of hours talking to each other. So, can we? Yeah. Close the doors or something and get ready. Oh, he's right there. We have our presenter. Okay. Do we need an introduction? Madam Clerk, would you talk about what's going to happen?
Well, tonight, folks, we're about to hear from our presenter on Central Coast Community Energy Annual Presentation.
Please.
Good. We're good? Okay.
Yep, and we'll give you more than 2 minutes, we promise.
All right, thank you. I can barely tell a joke in 2 minutes. Good evening, everybody. Thanks for allowing me to speak to you this evening. Thank you for waiting. Oh, no problem. I'm
Appreciate
kind of a policy junkie, so in a way it was fun. Here tonight to kind of talk about some of the accomplishments of Central Coast Community Energy and what our plans are for 2023 and beyond that. Again, my name is Jeff Railsback, I'm a Customer Accounts Manager with Central Coast Community Energy. Among other things, my job is I do the outreach for San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara counties. I'll start with a really brief introduction of what a community choice aggregation is and how a CCA model works, and then we'll kind of go into some of our history and the role in our community. Next slide, please.
Is this one?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Kind of the way things work is CCA, which is what 3CE is. We go out and we procure the energy out on the market, either by bringing in new resources or buying stuff that's out there. It is then sent out to your homes and your businesses through the investor-owned utility. In our area, of course, that's PG&E. And that goes, and then our role from there on is we are trying to provide clean and renewable energy. And we also have some different programs that we'll discuss a little bit later. Next slide, please. We started out as Monterey Community Power back in 2017 with the three counties up north. We then expanded into San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara County in 2021, and most recently in 2022. We now cover 5 counties, and we about 34 different communities. Next slide, please. There it is. We have 34 agencies over the 5 counties. We have over 400,000 customers. This is based off of 22 numbers. It's actually a little higher than that now. And up until last year, we invested about $1 billion into new renewable projects. We've also invested about $26 million into our community in the way of rebates. There we go. So kind of the way a CCA model works is once a community is enrolled, everybody is automatically enrolled, and then they can choose to opt out. We do maintain a 95% enrollment in the communities we serve, whether they've been with us for the last 5 years or if they're just more recent than that. We do about 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity in the last year anyway. We're a little higher than that so far for this year. And we recently, in last year, brought in another 45,000 customers in Santa Barbara's unincorporated area in Buellton. Got a lot to talk about. I could talk about, but we'll kind of get it down to 4 areas. Yeah.
Trying to get that setting back to full screen.
Okay. I could fake a lot of this while they work. So we'll kind of talk 4 main areas. One is local control. One is the competitive rates that we are offering our customers. our clean and renewable power programs, how we're investing in that, but also how we're investing in our community throughout the 5 cities and in Solvang. First of all, local control. We are run by 3 boards. One is a policy board and one is our operations board. These boards are made up of elected officials and your city and county personnel. So generally that's going to be your city manager, and I believe Claudia is on our policy board. And so depending on the size of the community, I believe Buellton, you guys share a seat with Buellton and Guadalupe, and it's rotating, but generally what happens in situations like that is there's an understanding that one of those communities is going to take the lead in that, and in this case, Solvang, I believe, is kind of taking the lead on those. So they're the ones who, these are elected officials, there's local accountability, they're the ones who actually make the decisions, who set our rates, what our programs are going to look like, how much I make. So it is local control.
Hey, Jeff, what slide?
We should buy just the next slide, I believe.
Right there?
Next one. There we go. So kind of, I'll give you a little, you'll see that kind of top line. Communities that have over 50,000 population, they get a seat of their own. Anybody else, it gets a shared seat on our boards. And so we try to make it as fair as possible. Yeah.
Take turns.
Okay, next slide. We'll talk about rates really quickly. You just slip on next slide. So we're really proud. In a couple years ago, when we started, our rate was based off of what the PG&E's rate, and we just discounted it by 2%. Last March of 2022, we went to cost of service. And so what does the energy actually cost us to provide it to the customer? In 2022, we were giving a savings of about 18% overall on generation rates to our customers. Currently, those rates are closer to 38 to 40% cheaper for the generation rates. Not because of anything we've done, it's just kind of the way that the market has been over the last 6 months. Next slide. So procurement targets. We are building towards something. Right now, we are at about 50% clean and renewable energy. The way we define that is in 3 categories: solar, wind, or geothermal. I'm not going to pretend that there's not some controversy about what clean and renewable means, but that is the way we are defining it. Currently, like I said, we're about 50%. By the end of next year, our target is to be at 60%, and we should be at 100% clean and renewable by 2030. You kind of see the planned breakdown there. It's largely solar, wind, and a little bit of geothermal, which that's kind of geothermal is kind of an exciting thing. We get a lot of that from Arizona, Nevada, that sort of that area. Procurement mix, this is kind of where we are at the moment. We have 19 projects that we're participating in. About 5 or 6 of them, I believe, are online. This is not just solar, it's just not geothermal and wind, it's also a lot of storage. That is really kind of the key to us trying to figure out how do we keep your air conditioning on in August between the hours of 4 and 8 o'clock. We have the power to do it, we just don't necessarily have the power at the right time. And so we have a number of storage projects. You'll see the second one there, that standalone storage, that is actually uses air pressure to trap energy that we can release when we want it. Go ahead, next slide. These are some of the current projects that came online last year. And so you can see it's a nice mix of that geothermal, the storage, solar, it's all over the place. Wind. Most of this is pretty local. I think the Caso geothermal is the only thing that's out of state. Right now, this is handling about 22% of our low capacity on these alone. And these are, just to be clear, these are ones that we've actually gone out and invested in with other CCAs. And so these are long-term contracts that we have with them. It's just not going out there and buying existing green, clean and renewable energy. This is creating new projects that can be built. Next slide, please. Why electrify? Greenhouse gas emissions are a big concern for us. About 41% is transportation, so that's a good way to get it down. Glass appliances in your home is about another 12%. Better health conditions, you probably have read some reports about gas grills in the house are kind of starting to be linked to things like asthma. I have a gas grill at home. I love my gas grill. Just please turn on your vent. It'll make all the difference in the world. And then, yeah, we making an impact there. We are hoping by 2030 that we can actually start getting to where we need to be. Next, community investment. So kind of the last section here is these are some of the things we've been working on. We have an electric school bus program. We've got a little over, $1.5 million that we've done in that in the last couple of years. Electrify Your Ride program. This allows for rebates for electric vehicles and charging stations. They're pretty generous, especially on the charging station. And new construction electrification. The big target on this one is affordable housing that choose to go all electric. I believe it's $2,500 per unit up to $150,000 per project for affordable housing units. We also have Electrify Your Home, which is to help replace some of your gas appliances in your house, including your HVAC system. And that is a really generous program, and the contractors love that one. So here's the residential programs here: Electrify Your Ride, Electrify Your Home. New construction, if you're building an ADU in your backyard, there's money for that up to $5,000 as well. Next slide. We work with member agencies. When we say member agencies, we're talking about our cities and our counties. And so we have an Electrify Your Fleet to help the cities and counties turn over their vehicles as they start to get new vehicles, to encourage them to go out and get electric vehicles. Also Charge Your Fleet, which is money to help set up those charging stations to support that infrastructure. And Reach Code program, which is largely to help the communities develop a Reach Code program if they decide to do that. Next slide, please. And then businesses, our big push right now, especially up in the north counties, it's because we've been up there a little bit longer, is on ag equipment. These are pretty generous grants. It can be tractors, it can be equipment out in we do pumps, we do all kinds of stuff out in the ag community. We do target smaller farms, not just the large farms, but we also work with some large farms. And then new construction electrification. This is for farm worker housing units if they choose to do that. And then Electrify Your Ride is they are buying all this equipment, they need a way to charge that. And so we have a specific program just for businesses. We also focus on our underserved communities through workforce development, farm worker housing and transportation, and then we do offer additional incentives for low-income people, either on the Electrify Your Home or the Electrify Your Ride rebates. So this is the investments that we have made in the city of Solvang in the last few years. So it's about, $344,000, that's right up top, $344,000. So it has largely been Central Coast Incentive Project, which has to do with charging stations, and the Electrify Your Ride, which is generally going to be rebates for EVs in home or business charging stations. That's all I really have for you this evening. I do want to say thank you to Tracy at the Chamber. There she is. One of the best parts of this job is I've been able to come up to Solvang about a half a dozen times, and Tracy's been a great host. Last week, we were up here and we walked the community looking for opportunities for commercial charging station areas, either municipal or the different businesses, including hotels and restaurants. And so we have some ideas. And so we're hoping in the next couple weeks or something to be able to come back up here and discuss with your businesses some opportunities that we may have and how our program works, and see if we can start getting some more charging stations and build that infrastructure in your community. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Question.
Go ahead.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot at all.
Yeah.
You are about the third or fourth person from 3CE that has addressed this council.
Yes.
Since this was first voted on in 18 or 19, I forget. I was on this council at that time. It was a 4-1 vote with me voting against it.
Right.
And at the time, Governor Newsom was still planning on shutting down Diablo Canyon.
Right.
And your representatives came in here and said, we are going to pay less for energy. I know this is a voluntary opt-out. We're going to pay less for energy, and 100% of our energy will be renewable by 2030. That was what was sold to this council. And I see your signs.
Okay.
Okay. So we're taking Diablo Canyon out of this now, because now Governor Newsom knows he can't keep the lights on with the situation we have in California without Diablo Canyon. So he's postponing or trying. I know there's some federal regulations. I read everything that Eric Daniels comes out with at PG&E about the roadblocks to closing it down, et cetera. And the last 3 people, or two or three before you, I have said, can you please tell the residents of Solvang how you are going to find that energy, 100% renewable energy, in 6 years? And the email that I received was, well, we're trying to do this. We're trying to do this with electric energy or solar panels in the Central Valley. We're trying to do this. I said, no, but you came here a year and a half ago and said our rates are going down, and by 2030, we're going to have 100% renewable energy with Diablo Canyon out of the question. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and I appreciate your position. How are we going to find that energy 100% renewable in 6 years in California?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is we're not done getting there. It is a journey, but I showed you 5 projects that were up there that make up about 22% of our current energy load.
And you still stand by that, though? Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt
Yes.
you. You still stand by 2030, 100% of our energy will be renewable at
Clean and renewable.
And at cheaper prices than we're paying.
So I have not been with the company that far back. None of the presentations that I've ever done promised that it would be cheaper. We promise our goal is to be competitive, and we have always been competitive.
And I'm not
Yes.
a firebrand. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Right, and so I
That's
don't.
how it was sold to Solvang, so I really want you guys to come through with what you promised.
I will say that in my experience with working with our leadership in the board, that is a promise they intend to keep. But our primary goal is to not be cheaper than PG&E. That is.
Well, that's fine. If it's the same price and it's 100% renewable, that's
right.
Fine.
But
you believe that's going to happen still?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah, because as I was saying, we have 5 active projects right now. We got 14 more in the pipeline that we already have contracts on for clean and renewable energy. That will be coming on in the next few years.
Is there any way you can email this council and tell us where that energy is going to come from?
Actually, it's probably
Actually, it's the last slide.
The last
If you go
slide.
back to the
Okay, I'll save it.
presentation.
I think the real question is, how do we go faster, or what challenges do you have to accelerate, right, into 2030? That's what we need.
Yeah, the biggest issue is infrastructure. It's getting the charging stations into the community that will then get them to want to electrify. It's very difficult to. I'm in the market for a vehicle right now. I look for an electric vehicle. I drive a lot. I drive 500-600 miles a week for my job, and I need to be able to have a place where I can plug in an electric vehicle, and that's very difficult to do right now. So we do have that infrastructure. Part of that is community buy-in, but frankly, part of that is the IOU, because there's some big, giant projects that we can't do and you can't do. It does take PG&E to go in and put in that large format infrastructure. And we especially see that in the ag communities. You go down into South Santa Barbara County to Carpinteria. They're having a lot of issues down there because they don't have the infrastructure for them to be able to electrify and have a reliable service down there. So that's our biggest challenge right now. And getting our name out. We need to let people know what we're doing.
Where are your current storage facilities, and what are you looking for future storage facilities?
Hey, Brad, can you pull up this presentation and bring up the last slide? Because that go one more slide down.
I've got that slide in front of me.
That one right there.
Yeah, I mean, you'll kind of see there the Central Coast doesn't have a whole lot on it because the cost of real estate's too damn high, as they say. And so a lot of the projects, a lot of the storage is going to be over in the valley where there's more land for cheaper.
Yeah, that was my question, though. what are you looking for storage facilities?
Really, we don't develop independently, and so there are developers who are out there who have these projects in place, and then they're looking for the financial backing of the different CCAs. And so we group with other CCAs and be like 5 or 6 of us get together and say, yeah, we will support this project, so then they can get the funding and they can put it in. But we don't go out there and physically develop projects.
Then how would we solicit that type of industry?
As far as this storage,
Storage.
it comes down to land costs and accessibility and its infrastructure. I mean, that would be the biggest thing, because you got to,
Are they looking like for enterprise zones or something like that, where it's,
you're just out of my depth of field. I don't really know. I can find out.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I will give you one last thank you. I bought an electric car and got a $2,000 check in the mail from
There you go.
TCE.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Mine was a hybrid even. They still gave me money.
Wait a minute, I got chipped. I got a full electric and I only got 2,000?
I had a much lower paying job back then, so I got the extra kickback.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all very much, and thanks for your support.
Thank you. Okay. We need to go back to our agenda, which next would be the city manager report and advance calendar.
Did we do public? Yeah, we did number 1. Okay. Got it. That's me. I got it.
That's you.
A couple things to report. One, Public Works Month is coming up, and this, between Solvang and Buellton, we're doing a water conservation poster through the K through 8 schools in both areas.
Oh, cool.
And kids, the winners will be announced, and posters will be presented at the Wilding Museum later in May. But it's an opportunity. Obviously, we've had a lot of water this year, but we still want people to have conservation on their minds, and this is an opportunity for the kids to do a poster. We did it many years ago. I remember here, and we had them all up. No, none of you were here then, but we had them all laid up on the walls here. It's a neat opportunity to kids to say, how is my family conserving water? So that program's going back on. Then want to let the citizens know in the Friedensburg Canyon area, that water line project will begin next week, and there'll be some traffic impacts to that as they start that project to replace the water line down Friedensburg Canyon Way. And then I wanted to report, we had said to you that we would be bringing back an item on the smoking room, but the business pulled out of that and said he's no longer interested in having a smoking room. So we do not have that on your agenda. So that item does not come forward this time. And then future agendas will be for someone other than myself.
Oh, yeah, rub it in.
As this is my last meeting.
Oh, do you have like a pound sand or something stamped?
So you got the Skip Mesa LMD assessment hearing on, and then the annual report from the Visit San Ynez Valley, Mittner Harnish, an amendment to the general plan contract, and the transportation plan for a list of projects updates. Oh, and then also a planning commissioner resignation. So you have an item to fill a vacancy on your planning commission next meeting. So, and that concludes my report.
And can I ask a question on that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the planning commissioner vacancy was Dave, correct?
Justin Rodriguez.
Yeah, I know.
It's
but
Justin.
It was, but it was Dave.
I thought that was yours.
No, that was my
Oh, that was yours?
Yeah, I
No,
okay.
I appointed a progressive.
Ah.
So Dave has that appointment, correct? And then we vote on Dave's appointment.
Yeah, that would be the
All right, thank
process.
you. Just to clarify.
But we'll bring an item back to, do you want to do applications? Do you want to,
Or do you have a name
what
or
process you
We
want to
need
do?
to talk about it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, good. So the advanced calendar we talked about. Let's go to council comments and requests. Do you have anything in particular you would like to talk about or request, council members? Yeah. Stick it in your mouth is right. Anything? Okay, I'm going to No, that was already said
So,
earlier. That was
Mr. Mayor, we are at 9:45. So
Oh, we need to take a vote to extend the meeting because we are past 9:30.
I'll make a motion, we extend the meeting past 9:30.
Second?
I'll second it.
Vote?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Phew.
Humorous people. Okay, now that we're going to extend the meeting, I do want to have, under the comments, Tracy had made mention that the gentleman from 3CE, would you come up and tell us what's going to happen? I apologize, Tracy.
It's okay, he just left.
Yeah, oh, there he is.
His battery's dead.
Jeff and I are going to set up a community meeting over the next 3 weeks, once we get our new city manager in, to do public outreach to the residents and to the business community for these charging stations and where we can help out with these rebates. And that was our goal once the new city manager came, to set up an appointment with the, here to have public hearings, or to have a public
workshop.
workshop. That's a good word, public
That's a
workshop.
workshop, yeah.
We had enough outcry. There you go.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I believe we're on to consent items. How am I doing, Brad? Am I finally
think
back
you
on
got there.
schedule? Does anybody in the council want to pull any consent items? Then can I have a motion to accept the consent items?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark, Councilmember Claudia Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Can I add something, one real quick? It's very funny, I don't think the council's ever been to the consent agenda at 10 o'clock at night.
I know.
Things switched around a
Well,
little.
this has been an interesting meeting all the way around. Okay, so we're now into item 6. Well, it says D.
B.
A B was on the previous page? Is that what you did to me? Hey, you're hurting me now. I don't know what I'm doing. Where is 6G?
Banner design.
Excuse me. Hello?
Who's there?
Vashti was talking there. Vashti. Wilson. No, she's off.
I didn't know if that was something we already did the public. I muted her.
Oh, this
No.
is 6B. All right, that's, finally. My
So do you want-
document's out of order and I'm confused.
Vashti was trying to speak. I don't know.
Well, on this, on 6B?
I've been on hold here for about 3 hours and I have a child that needs to get to bed. So can we bring up the letter that I'm supposed to read? Respect my time.
Does everybody mind? She has a resignation letter that she wanted to make a point about, and that's item 6C?
D.
C.
C is in Charlie, right?
See.
All right, so can we move the agenda to move 6C up so that she can present that to us, and then she can put her kid to bed?
Yes.
Her child to bed, excuse me, that was rude of me. All right, in that case, City Clerk, if you would give us what this item is about, and we'll go from there.
Item 6C, discussion and possible action regarding the Tourism Advisory Committee vacancy and to approve the to provide directions to staff.
Is there any staff report on this?
I can just give you a quick, the chair, Vashti has indicated she'd be resigning and she would like to present her letter, which I believe she's going to do in a minute. And then that would leave you with a vacancy. And so the discussion after this would be to, how do you want to fill that vacancy?
What do we want to do with it?
Yeah, and I've listed the basics of the code, but I think if you want to listen to Ms. Wilson's.
Okay, so Vashti, if you would, then you're on. Make your presentation, please.
Okay, so I'm going to read my letter of resignation and then I have a few comments. It says, Dear Solvang City Council and Tourism Advisory Committee, After careful consideration, I hereby submit my resignation from the Tourism Advisory Committee effective April 1st, 2023. Prior to my appointment, I had high hopes for a successful marketing and tourism program, one rooted in honesty, transparency, and integrity. Most importantly, I aspired to lead the committee in developing a robust and collaborative marketing program, a feat that could have proven beneficial to our local small businesses, educational institutions, and the city of Solvang. Unfortunately, my involvement with the city has led me to the conclusion that no successful alliance can be obtained under the current leadership. In my experience, most decisions were made amongst a select group of people comprised in large part of men who are long-term residents of the city. Further, their questionable discussions were routinely made out of the public eye without the expertise required to make informed decisions. This disclosure is in line with what many people have shared after working with the city, both professionally and personally. Namely, any attempts to remedy chronic issues were often met with a lack of cooperation and hostility at the highest levels of leadership. During the April 10th City Council meeting, Councilmember David Brown asserted the recent activities of the TAC had caused them to lose focus, going down a rabbit hole. In response, I'd like to remind Mr. Brown that under my 2 months of strategic leadership, the following was accomplished. 1, expose numerous instances of contract noncompliance with the Abbey Agency, saving the city of Solvang over $100,000 and $400,000 over the course of 2 years. Uncovered a significant lack of contract oversight by the marketing manager, which the mayor also attested to, including her approval of a $129,000 payment without verifying receipt of services. 3, in 2 days, secured a social media page that the city attorney, city manager, and marketing agency could not procure in over 6 months, spending over $30,000 of the taxpayers' money in failed attempts to do so. 4, identified the lack of established rules of business as required by ordinance when the TAC was formed, meaning the TAC was formed and rules of business were supposed to have been ascertained at the first meeting, and that had never been done in the 2 years that this committee had been operating. And 5, revealed the practice of awarding contracts without due diligence and or proper opportunities for competitive bids. In closing, I hope the city can one day attain the honorable and visionary leadership it so desperately needs. In fact, a big step in that direction would be to hire an independent firm to conduct a forensic audit with the full results to be released publicly for transparency. All the best to you, Vashti T. Wilson. So the 3 comments I wanted to make, because I saw a couple of articles stating that I had stolen the Facebook page from the city, and other remarks kind of to that end. To be clear, I haven't stolen anything. Actually, many of you tried for over 6 months to attain ownership of the social media page that I was able to do in about an hour and a half. I then tried to transfer it to the city and instructed the city attorney, the mayor, the marketing manager, and the city manager on how to take ownership of the page and to immediately get the page verified as a government business page. That was never done. I gave you all a week to do this. After a month, which is plenty of time to have accomplished that task, I went in to ensure that my name had been removed. And not only did I find out that my name had not been removed from those social media pages, but that an ad campaign had been created under my business account, and the page had not even started the process of verification as a business. So to be clear, that is what occurred and not my needing to steal a social media page. Actually, what the city should have done was thank me for being able to accomplish something that no one else was able to do. The second thing is that in the City of Solvang City Council Handbook, 7.8 says undue influence on staff, commissions, and committees. It says council members shall not attempt to coerce or influence staff, commissions, or committees in the making of appointments, the awarding of contracts, the selection of consultants, the processing of development applications, or the granting of city licenses or permits. So I bring to your attention once again the awarding of contracts, because in the 3 to 4 meetings that I had city council members, and particularly Mayor Infante, come to the meeting and implore myself and other members to make motions to hire a particular company for a contract. That was highly inappropriate. The last thing is the comment that was made that I saw in the records release. And it was calling people assholes that did not stand when the Pledge of Allegiance was being recited or hold their hand over their heart. So I take particular umbrage to that because I do not hold my hand over my heart. So let me say this. I personally was in Babur, Afghanistan. I personally helped establish that base. I personally sacrificed my life to be able to ensure that every single person in this room, in this city, in this country could choose whether or not they stand, place their hand on their heart, or choose to sit the whole thing out. And I do not, in my opinion, have a place to be able to judge someone else's actions because you don't know what they're dealing with. I personally came home from Afghanistan sitting across from a casket of a fallen soldier for 14 hours. And I don't think that any person, any man, any being that never personally served in the military has the right to tell anyone else how they are to conduct themselves, especially a combat veteran. Thank you. Oh, last thing, Elizabeth Arona and Claudia Arona, I want to thank you for the way that you have served on the committee. I feel that you are always objective, looking at the facts, and you have served with honor, and I want to thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Appreciate it. Comments? Yes.
What is today's status of the social media page, Facebook?
The social media page are actually 2 pages. One has 31,000 followers, one has 11,000 followers. I sent a message to your city attorney approximately 3 weeks ago, telling him that he needed to meet with me about the fact that my business account had been used without authorization to create an ad campaign, and that he needed to meet with me to discuss that and for me to get the page transferred. His response told me that he wasn't playing this game and to do whatever I wanted to do with the page, and that was in an email. Brad Vidro, your city manager, then reached out much more respectfully, and I responded to him and told him I'd be more than happy to transfer those pages when I am compensated for the monies used from my business account for an ad campaign that I did not approve, and the extra hours I've now had to put in to oversee this page, as you guys had no one who knew how to handle it.
If we had no one, yeah, that's all right. If no one was handling it, who authorized the advertisements?
So what happens is when it's transferred, my name was still on there and it was still under my business account. What needed to happen was really someone who knew what they were doing, but they needed to take ownership of the page and remove my name and business account from that. And that's not what they did. I don't know if it was your former marketing manager or your attorney. I'm not sure who did it, but they created an ad campaign and they created it under my business account. I don't know who did it.
Can I jump in here? Because I think we have been very confused, the city has, in executing the completion of the Facebook transfer. And I was copied on those emails where Vashti handed over the original step, which was handed over the Facebook credentials, and we were responsible for taking the next steps to complete the verification, and that's what never happened. What we don't know, I'd love to know, but what we don't know is how an ad campaign was generated while that Facebook page was in limbo. And I think what happened is we had prepaid under invoices to Abby, prepaid media, which was ads on 3 different platforms. What I think happened is we probably, in an automatic way or without execution from any particular person, the ads just ran. and they hit whosever page was current status as ownership, and that was probably Vashti. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we still do not have, after asking for it several times and the TAC asking for it several times, an actual audit or assessment of what Abby turned over to us as their exit. And even a simple ask, which was what media ads did we prepay for? What got run? And are we owed any credit for what did or didn't run? We still don't know.
And what are the amounts that the city owes you for the ads?
I'm
Have you submitted an invoice or anything like that?
Yeah, sent Brad an invoice. I spent many more hours because I actually cleaned up the page. No one had responded to comments since July 1st of last year. So there were a lot of spam comments. There were a lot of comments that had never been responded to. I cleaned up and spent many hours cleaning up everything for those. It's not just one page, it's 2 pages. And getting everything. There were 11 owners on that page from past people who had worked for the city or agencies you all had hired. So I spent a considerable amount of time doing that. I only billed for 25 hours of my time, having to go above and beyond after this page was supposed to have been transferred completely. And it was approximately $1,200 that was spent on my business account for an ad campaign. What happened, and Elizabeth is correct, Abby took their business account away. And so the marketing manager, probably not even realizing this, went and created, well, I don't know who did it, but I can guess, went and created an ad campaign, and those charges hit my business account because we were both owners or admins on the page. So the first thing that should have been done, which I said in 7 different emails, was for my name to have been removed. And the second thing is that page should have started the process of verification immediately. That wasn't done ever. So anything that happened with that page and the fact that it has not been overseen properly hits my business account as a negative point on my record. That is why I had to suspend the page, because there was nobody properly overseeing it. The page is live now as of today.
Thank you for your service to our country and your efforts volunteering for the TAC.
I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. You're welcome.
Okay.
Hang on, Vashti. I got a couple comments because I'm really disappointed about how this is, about where we are. And Vashti, I'm disappointed that you've chosen to resign. And I think you had a very watchful eye and a pure intent on taking over the chair position and doing your best in Solvang's best interests. And I'm sorry to see you go. I think we also failed the TAC and failed you as a result in our execution of the transfer of the Facebook page, in our execution or lack thereof of an actual audit and an exit from the Abbey agency resignation. And it left the TAC with a very difficult path to proceed. And I think that there was a moment in the meeting where you resigned because I was there, or when you left the meeting. And the agenda asked the TAC to take or consider some legal action on whether or not we had remaining invoices to be paid. And I think that particular phrase really was unintended and unnecessary, and it probably caused confusion for the TAC at that moment. And I'm really sorry about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Arona. I will say that I never made the comment. My specific request was for us to present our audit, invoice audit results to the council. I never inputted the words for possible legal action. That did not come from me. And I have no say in what is put on the agenda. I can make requests, but I find out what the agenda is just like everybody else does. I will say from a personal vantage point, I've been very hurt by this whole experience. I was personally reached out to by former Mayor Charles Ilrig last year about overseeing the marketing department because he felt that my qualifications would be a great fit. And I told him that while I greatly respect him, I did not desire a full-time position. I was also sent an email by you, Mayor Infante, about the qualities that I possess, asking me to serve on the council. Other people attest to what I bring to the table. And I say that because I'm a person that is hardworking, I am thorough, I'm astute, I'm very good at what I do. And those traits have been used to describe me as aggressive, dominant, hostile, assault rifle, I was referred to, angry. When there's nothing that has changed about my manner or who I am, except that I press for transparency and accountability. And that is in everything that I do. And holding that line, I was attacked. My personhood was attacked. My businesses were attacked. My conduct was attacked. My whole being was attacked. And that is something I never bargained for. And it has made me never want to serve in any capacity like this again, because the experience has been so negative.
Any other questions? Comments?
Vashti, thank you for your service. I know I'm privileged because of your sacrifice. Thank you.
So much. I appreciate you saying that.
Okay, at this point, we have one public comment request, so we'll take it out to the audience. Ms. Alameen.
So are we still on C, or what are we on? You guys are confusing me.
C.
C? C.
Yeah.
Okay, C. Okay, my name is Denise Elamine, so Anna Marie, you can get this right. And what I want to talk about is that I applied for the TAC and all the other committees also, each and every one of them. I even gave my resume, which some people who got appointed didn't give. So I'm probably the last one in the bucket. And let me explain something to you. I won't resign. I'll be able to work with each and every one of you. I'll have my own agenda and it'll work in with your own agenda. I just want you to know that you should keep going through the pile and pick the people who originally applied for this job. Because I think that listening to you guys, and I come here almost every day, I think I'm just as good, if not better, than some of you guys. Now, some of you might not agree, but hey, all I need is 3. So I just want you to know Denise Elamine would like to be on the TAC. And if any other vacancies come up, I think the design committee, if it comes up, they get paid now. I'll go for the paid job. And there's another one coming up for the planning committee. It's already there. I applied for that also. And if one of you guys resign, I applied for that too. So I just want you to know that I'm available. I have nothing to do, and I would be more than happy to serve, say the Pledge of Allegiance to that flag every single day you want me to. I love Solvang. This is a place to be, and I just love it so much. And I want to thank you guys so much for your hard work. You make me proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alameen. All right, we'll bring it back to the council. There doesn't appear to be anybody else online. Do we have anybody else online? Is that a hand up?
You do. Cheryl's iPhone is on with a hand up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Cheryl Schallenberger, former marketing manager of City of Solvang. I just was a little late. I'm not to the live meeting, but was started following. I just want to make one thing very clear, that the access that TAC Chair Wilson gave me for the Facebook page did not allow me to do anything. So admin campaign, I had no access to any of that. And I just want to make that very, very clear. She has said multiple times that I had more access than I was given, but I didn't. It was very limited. All I could do was post. So that's all I want to say. And thank you all for serving the city of Solvang. And thank you for letting me speak. Have a good night.
Thank you, Cheryl. Excuse me. Okay, no other public comment. We'll bring it back to the council. At this point in time, I believe what we're looking at is if we approve of the request to resign. Is that true, or? I'm sorry, I'm not hearing everybody. Accepted, all right.
I'll make a motion that we accept Vashti's, and I appointed her, and I appreciate her service, and I'll make a motion that we accept her resignation.
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
There is one last comment. Actually, this says discussion
Right.
for the vacancy to provide direction to staff.
That's what we're looking for. Do you want to do?
I would like to suggest, and I will ask the rest of the council members, that we don't give any direction to staff until we have the joint TAC city council meeting, when we can decide what we want to do, how many people, all of those issues that we have coming up. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Excellent. So we do.
Staff has direction then.
We have direction, good. And we don't have a date for that meeting yet, but we're looking at it right now. Brad, thank you very much.
Brad, just confirm, we are on hold with the TAC for any meetings.
Yeah.
Even though we don't have a
May
date.
meeting was canceled. Yes,
Yeah,
I've let
the
them
May
know.
meeting's canceled, so we are assuming we're having a meeting for this exercise in May, and
Yes.
then they'll resume. Okay, great.
Okay, now I believe we can go to 6B. We're way out of order.
Boy, this is the reverse alphabet.
Yeah, it is a reverse alphabet. Ms. Clerk, if you'd tell us what this one is about.
Discussion and possible action regarding streetlight banner guidelines and application.
Staff report?
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, members of the public. At the April 10th, 2023 City Council meeting, City Council asked for the streetlight banner guidelines to be placed on the City Council agenda and give council the opportunity to review the guidelines for possible modification. A little bit of history on the streetlight banners as a background. On November 8th, 2010, the city manager brought the pole banner policy to council to discuss and provide directions on establishment of a pole banner policy. The banners were historically handled by the Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau. With the increase of interest in the banner program, the city determined it would make most sense to develop a policy, allow outside users to request banners through an application process with the city. The council directed staff to return with a policy for council consideration to include the following elements: specifications for size, material, and shape for the banners, design criteria for graphics test on banners, location for special banners versus regular banners, prioritization criteria for selection of new banners, application approval process, maximum minimum duration of installation, indemnification requirement, and fees. Throughout the years, the application and guidelines have slightly been updated to follow appropriate staff, update city logo, update drop-off location, and general ease of configuration of the application and guidelines, but the eligibility language has remained the same. The last review of the guidelines at the March 28, 2011 City Council meeting, city staff brought the guidelines and policies to council for approval for the streetlight banner program, and it was approved as presented. The staff report and minutes from that meeting are included as an attachment. The current policy and process for the new applications are as follows. The purpose of the streetlight banner program is to assist the advertising and promotion of destinations or events that support tourism in the city of Solvang. Approved as a part of the Streetlight Banner Program, our City of Solvang sponsored special events and designs promoting Solvang's Danish theme. This program is not intended to support political or religious purposes or purposes primarily involving private financial gain that do not promote tourism or the City of Solvang. All the organizations wishing to participate in the program must submit an application which includes their banner design and be approved by the city prior to installation. The city encourages events promoting various holidays and seasons throughout the year. A calendar is maintained on a yearly basis by the city so that all events, new and existing, can participate in the Streetlight Banner Program. Banners are usually displayed for a season for a length of an event. Special events historically scheduled for annual events, times of years, and have first priority. Should an overlap occur in specific time period for new applicants, the city will make every reasonable effort to accommodate the applicant. The approval process for the new applicants, new organizations wishing to participate in the banner program may have their banners on display for a minimum of 1 month with a maximum of 3 months. You're allowed a total of 10 streetlight banners to be displayed. Every attempt will be made to ensure that all 10 banners are displayed. New applicants will be reviewed by the city to determine eligibility criteria. The application fee remains at $125. This is not adequate to cover the actual cost of processing applications, installation, and removal. And if you decide to keep the guidelines as they are, that will be one thing that we will need to look at. Attached is the annual schedule of streetlight banner installations, which includes the following banners: City of Solvang, variety of Solvang-related images, Danish flag, skull, wine, dine, etc. City of Solvang Julefest, Elverhøy Museum, promoting the museum, Solvang Chamber of Commerce, promoting music in the park, Scarecrow Contest, and celebrating 100 years of doing business. And lastly, the PCPA, promoting theater shows at the Solvang Festival Theater. PCPA has submitted a current application and was approved by staff. If the guidelines are changed, PCPA should be grandfathered in. The alternatives: make no revisions to the current guidelines, make revisions to the guidelines that make it clear for staff to approve or deny an application, make changes to the guidelines so street banners be allowed for only City of Solvang sponsored events, revise a policy to allow City of Solvang themed banners only. And that's my staff report.
Questions of the staff report?
I do have a question. I recall maybe there was an instance where the Rondo bike race had banners displayed.
Do you remember that?
Okay, yeah.
This is beyond your time, or before your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe the Wilding Museum has had banners before.
Yes, they did, right?
Right. Those are sponsored organizations. We pay them, we give them money.
We gave money to the Rondo. The Rondo came and used our city's infrastructure to run a for-profit event, and we also gave them money for it. Do we know
I
that?
believe so. Didn't we get money for that?
That I
Give or
That
get?
that was between, during my retirement.
Okay.
How do you say I don't
This-
care? How do you say I don't care enough?
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is that this needs to be clear. The problem that I had with previous applications is that by looking at the precedent, I don't think you can fairly say no to somebody if there's precedents of other nonprofits organizations, galleries, and we could argue if a museum is a gallery or vice versa, or an event coming from out of town that uses us as a venue. This has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with culture or anything. And I'm nothing against bike races, but, it's a for-profit venture. So
Except they brought 19,000 people into town.
yeah, well, you can argue.
Yeah. Never, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can argue whether something promotes the town or not because it does advertising or it puts it out on social media. So, again, vague language. So I think we need to look at that. And I also wondered if, we say city-sponsored events. What does that mean? Because allowing an organization to have an event at the park, is that considered a sponsorship? Because they're using city property? Or does the sponsorship mean that you're partnering them? How are you helping them with production costs? Again, just looking, tossing ideas for clarification.
And you know, Ivy is canceling Deltopia. So, I mean, where does it say here you can't put up Deltopia banners and promote Solvang as Deltopia? I wish that we could do Elverhoy, Yule Fest, Danish Days, and PCPA only. That's what promotes what people know about Solvang, not MAGA. And I'm the first to say, I don't want MAGA banners. I don't want NRA banners. But there's a group right now that wants to put up banners, Right to Life banners, and they want to have us make a proclamation for January to be Right to Life Month. How do we say no to those people when we put up drag show and other promotions for?
It's not drag show.
Pardon me?
It's not
I'm
drag
sorry.
show.
Okay, I apologize. For Pride celebrations. I remember when never mind.
Well, I think there's something pretty useful in it.
Do we let everybody put up banners?
I think there's something useful in the packet, and there's some language here that we could probably expand on, which
Wait.
is that there's either an approved or a new applicant.
Actually, it's in the staff report. If you look under alternatives D, I think that would solve the concern. And it reports, revise the policy to only allow city solving themed banners.
Yeah, well,
That's
okay.
ambiguous.
I do too, because I think Elverhoy, Yule Fest, Danish Day,
That's our theme.
they're already approved according to this table. Maybe we just need to have an explanation what the table is actually saying.
And we also have residents in town that are calling Christmas a special interest event. So
It is a religious event,
I understand that.
which
Okay.
is,
But they're-
which is.
What we've
in-
celebrated for years, but now they're saying that's special interest because there is a polarization of what's going on right now.
I didn't
Okay.
hear anybody call it a special.
At this point,
Pastor Brown called it a special interest event.
at this point, we're supposed to be just asking questions of the city report. We'll get back to that after we give the public a chance to speak.
Okay?
So,
Tracy?
can I ask a question still of the staff?
Yeah, I'm sorry, if you have a
Yeah,
staff
so
question, sure.
Wendy, or is there anybody who can kind of explain what this table actually says
Yeah.
on page 159?
That table, you said on 159, that table is actually these are the grant funding city events.
The ones that already have 10s in the boxes.
125 is way.
Yeah, and those are the ones that we have funded with our grant funding policy.
And they're committed on the calendar, basically. That's what this is telling us, right? Okay.
Yeah, these.
We only have two of them, right?
No, we have 4, 5. We have Yule Fest, Elverhoy, Scarecrow.
In the past.
Okay, we need.
But it says 2023. This is 2023 at the top.
I'm gonna have Jenny get up and explain this chart because she's been doing the banners for, or no, not the.
Perfect.
She's been doing these for quite some time, so
Thank
she'll give you a little explanation of what that chart is.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jenny McClurg, your recreation supervisor. The applicants come through our office. So these are our current organizations who usually or annually put banners up. It has been very slow. We have not had very many, events since COVID. And so you're looking at 10 for Yule Fest. The Elverhoy keeps up 10 year-round. Solvang, we have the Danish flags. Those are unnumbered. IDK put up several. And then also the Solvang advertisements. And then the Scarecrow Fest and Music in the Park. They have not submitted an application, but I am anticipating that they will. and then PCPA just submitted an application.
They have submitted an application.
PCPA has,
So the only one that's actually submitted one so far is PCPA,
correct?
and it's been approved.
Correct,
And that's for June, July, August, September,
correct.
4 months, okay?
And Jenny, they were approved because they were a previous applicant?
Correct.
And they'll use the same design?
They are using the same design as last year.
Okay.
But they do change, they have changed it in the past.
Okay, any other questions of the staff? In that case, Tracy, please.
Before Tracy, just one quick question.
No, stay there.
Yeah, just one quick question, because there was a comment saying that the application that we we most recently denied, that was the only application that had ever been denied. Do we know that to be true?
That's correct.
Yeah, I don't recall ever having, we didn't really get that many requests. I mean,
Right, this is, the application that came before us for Pride has really been the only outside organization that is requested.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Now I think we'll get Tracy to speak.
Wait, I'm sorry. 1 second. Repeat your last comment. The last organization is the only organization outside of that organization that's requested this, what, say that again.
The Pride applicant was the only kind of non-city sponsored banner request.
And that was approved. Okay.
No,
No,
it wasn't approved.
Well,
the way
no,
it
the
was written.
revised was approved. Thank you.
the revised.
Thank you.
Yes, and then I will say an application did come through on Friday, and that is what you guys see with the red Solvang Danish flag with the Pride.
The Danish flag.
this one.
But that was in an effort, I think, to improvise what
I
the
thought
Pride
that
was.
Yeah, I thought that was to replace the Pride thing.
Correct.
Okay, all right, we have to, are we ready to ask Tracy one more time to speak?
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right now, I'm going to say we have a street that is Mission Drive. Mission is an opportunity for us to make more funding, to put the right kind of flags on there that the city would approve for tourism. It's an opportunity to say that is the premier spot to put flags for organizations, but there should be a upcharge for that. I have no problem not having my flags on Copenhagen or not to have it on Mission. I think we want to have people more in our parking lots where they can see music in the park. You have some opportunities when you're looking at flags to look at Copenhagen, looking at parking lots that really just affect people that are already here. But when you're looking at Mission Drive, Mission is just like downtown State Street. It says an opportunity to really promote a nonprofit, but they do pay for that to put them up, where the city, as you said, at $135 for the application fee is a little vague for us. You know, we're given an opportunity to do that very gracefully from you all. Sometimes the chamber is not sponsored. We have not been sponsored on Music in the Park for the last 4 years. We do pay. I feel like we get a great wave from you to pay that fee, but Music in the Park is sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce itself. You all have enjoyed the Music in the Park. It brings tourism to town for the day. It puts people in our restaurants and our businesses. So I think that is something I want you to look at as we talk about some of these. We've also had a walk, shop, wine, dine program. We've had Shop in the Heart, which has been Solvang's signature for the last 5 years now. Shop in the Heart of Santa Barbara County, Shop in Solvang. We've had flags for that. So that's what the chamber is. It's promoting economic development on our flags when we do put them up. I would agree the 100th year has been up for a while, just like some of the other flags, but at the same time, when we put a flag up at the chamber, it does mean something to this city and to the community, and we do pay a small fee to you, but I would consider thinking if you want to put more flags up and it's a cost to the city, use Copenhagen just for our locals to use, because that's where they're down there, but use Mission as an opportunity as people are driving through to say what people want to say on their banners a little differently. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Tracy. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Yes, please.
Hello, hi. I'm Dr. Cynthia Matthews, yet again. I'm here on the behalf of our community. And the reason I say our community is because I've put myself out there as a neutral party. I'm not with either San Ynez Valley Pride, which is actually the sponsor of the Pride event, not Rainbow House.
I know.
The reason many of us have approached, or many people have approached me, is because there was called to question who is actually sponsoring the Pride event. It's San Ynez Valley Pride, not the Rainbow House. Another reason for the opposition of their banner was because they had their logo of their business, self-promotion, and possible bias on that. That was a note of contention for a lot of lesbian and gay people who came forward and said, listen, that's self-promotion, and we don't want that. We don't want to stand apart from the community. We want to be a part of the community. There was a person not of the LGBTQ plus community who came forward and said, listen, I'm Danish. This is the Danish flag. And again, it says Solvang welcomes all. It doesn't say pride, it doesn't say any of that, because it's not standalone. We're all a part of the community. Each and every one of us. I don't care if you're black, white, Hispanic, anything, right? We're all a part of this community, straight as well. And with this, it shows the Danish heritage. This goes right along with the flags that are being hung now. And in fact, I would actually encourage you to take a step forward and say, listen, we'll post this the whole month of June, because we want to prove that Solvang is standing behind not only the gay community, all of us that reside here, all of us that come to visit, and it promotes Solvang. And I would actually encourage you all to do that. Oh, Mr. Clark, I would encourage you to give $100 to the to the San Ynez Valley Pride to show that you actually do support gay people, because in your heart of hearts, I do know that I don't believe that you are against us at all, honestly, after a conversation I've had with you.
I'm not supposed to comment when you're speaking, but if I may.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Hey, I have your email.
Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else want to speak on the subject? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Now, you have
Just had a question.
Yeah, sure.
Regarding Tracy's comments on Mission Drive, do we have any conflict with Caltrans, or do we have complete license to do that? Is that an issue?
No, those poles are owned by PG&E, but we pay the power, we pay for them to maintain them, so they're not, Caltrans doesn't oversee that part of it.
Okay. But more signs would not interfere with traffic signals or things of that nature?
Well, it would only go on the existing light poles. It wouldn't be additional signs.
Okay, comments?
Well, see, I would hate to not have the music in the park banners. I think that's so. This is a tough position where, you want to be fair, but you also don't want to give people a reason to fight every time that somebody wants to put up their banners. And
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm exhausted.
I'll just say that I would think that it should be led by the marketing or TAC. And as far as the applications and so forth, if we don't change the policy, that would be the direction. But I would propose that we change the policy that they're all city-owned banners.
Oh, I like that idea.
yeah, why deal with it when the tag can deal with it
There's-
instead?
We're all,
Yeah, if I
first
may.
of all,
Okay.
they're-
What is
it's
it?
our
Okay.
infrastructure, and This is not meant to be an advertisement,
Right.
okay? It's meant to promote the city and the tourism and the commerce. It's not meant for special interest groups, or any other group for that matter. It's, how does it benefit the citizens of Solvang, period? And I think if we owned all the banners, because $125 per application is not covering our cost. So it's a lost leader at best. And so if that is no longer an issue because they are public utilities, we should control that as to what goes on it. Just as if somebody put up a yard sale sign or something else on one of our poles, we'd take it down.
We can't.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I think there is it was brought to my attention that we have some approved banner designs from IDK. So there's some work that's already been done that would let us still have some adherence to look and feel and our, branding for the city. But there's also a version of that looks like you can still customize it for a specific event, which to me is, you want to have some festivities in the city and, feel that action and be motivated by the pretty banners to attend. I think that's part of the spirit of having the banner program.
I have a tough time with that.
Yeah?
Who's going to see the banner and get inspired? Tourists aren't going to see it until they get here, so it doesn't inspire them.
It's true, but every city does that. It's the same thing, right? A banner isn't going to drive people to the city, but
No.
a banner could drive people to do something additional while they're here or to an event because they didn't know about it.
Okay, so
Or
who
especially
gets
when
to do
it's
it?
in anticipation of an event, right? Because we're driving through Mission all the time or Copenhagen, and you see it and you look forward to the event, hopefully.
Oh, honey, there's a Super Bowl in town. We should get a ticket.
Right.
It is a photo op, as David Watt said.
That's
A lot
true,
of people
too.
love that Danish flag with the crown that we have. There's a lot of photos of that. So, just saying that, that's one of the,
think it
it's
gives
not
the-
people
it gives
driving
the
to
city
see it.
One
It is a
personality.
consideration.
I have to stop.
What?
The photo op in town is the Solvang sign coming up the hill into Solvang that this gentleman in the audience
Oh, not just
repainted
Dennis.
by himself.
I know.
Because my office window looks out on that sign, and I see all the cars stop, take a picture. So thank you, Dennis.
No, I buy him a beer every once in a while for that. This is good.
I have two right here. You want?
Okay, so a couple of concepts, and I'm hearing a little bit of variation, but basically, we make the policy that says all of the banner are Solvang banners.
All the
We
banners
don't-
are sold. We don't do any.
We don't do it,
no
we've got one
events.
banner model all year long, all the banners are Solvang with the crown. That particular banner we have. And that way, we don't give anybody else access to it. We don't have to go through planning and put applications in, because we're not going to accept them. We don't have to worry about the cost of it. We put them up and we maintain them as much as we need to. So, is that what I'm hearing?
And there's no ambiguity.
There's no ambiguity, it's one flag.
Would it
Nobody
be-
else gets a chance at
would
it,
it- would it
except
be
we've already
weird-
approved PCPA, so we got to leave theirs up.
If I may ask, Mr. Mayor, would it be weird to have a small corner for a specific event, or does that need
Yes,
to
it
make any
would.
sense? Okay, that's fine. I'm good.
Well, the problem I have with the small corner idea is, first off, I got
Can't
to,
read it. It's too small and you can't read it.
too
I
small,
get
can't
I
read
get
it, got to reprint the
But
flags,
I just thought of it, I even
and we
had
go
a-
back to who gets it.
I had ideas when this whole thing first came down, was like the Empire State Building has a green spire for St. Patrick's Day, has a red and green, or red and blue when the Giants win a World Series, or a Super Bowl, excuse me. And I thought, that'd be kind of fun to do. What? That'll never happen? Look, I'm a Bears fan. They'll never see blue and gold, you'll never see blue and red in Chicago, right?
I was swallowing.
I know. But like, that was one of my original, after the first go-round with this, I'm like, okay, then why don't we open up one big crosswalk to St. Patrick's Day, to this day, to this day, to Pink in October for breast cancer awareness. But then you just kind of open a Pandora or a can of worms.
Who gets it and who
All right,
doesn't.
then fine. I'm going to shut up and say, go with your deal.
All right, wait. First off, it's all of our deal.
I know.
I'm looking for a motion, but that's what I've kind of heard.
So are we hearing that we're only going to have Solvang banners and that's it?
That's it.
No more Everhoy, no more
The whole
BCPA?
policy goes to, there is no policy needed because nobody gets the flags but us.
Even PCPA.
Well, unfortunately, we've already approved
Okay.
theirs, so we have to
PCPA,
give them.
Elverhoy, Yule Fest,
No.
and Solvang.
It's all gonna go
PCPA,
away.
and once that's done, nobody else gets it.
That is a compromise. I can deal with it.
Well, that's my idea. I'm listening.
I'd actually,
I mean, that's certainly gonna keep the the Satanic Temple from coming and doing a spectacle of it,
Or a bunch
demanding
of
equality
fairies,
for
or,
all.
you know.
well, it's-
Well,
I would-
you push the extreme, but it's true,
Yeah, yeah.
okay? And do we do MAGA banners for a month? Do we do NRA ban? No.
I
So,
think
you know
it's-
what? That to me is a compromise, and I'll go with it.
I mean, we've already approved PCPA, so we have to stand by that.
Well,
But
it's
other
up
than
to
that-
us to decide what those banners are, and we can cycle them up depending upon the time of year, the season, or the event.
We could do that, but it's a Solvang banner.
It's a Solvang initiative, it's not.
But that's, you have the flexibility to make those internal design.
And you're taking out the
Leave it to
Elverhoy.
Jenny.
Yeah. I'm worried more about what we're eliminating, and no Yule Fest. That's what we're saying?
Right.
No, we're not. because
No Yule Fest banner.
Our marketing budget's $150,000 a year for Yule Fest, okay, just for marketing Yule Fest. So why would you shoot yourself in the foot for such an endeavor? What you would do is basically have a series of 8 banners that you would hang in different times of the year, whether it be PCPA, whether it be Danish Days, whether it be St. Patrick's Day.
You're
It
saying-
doesn't matter, but they're designed and put up, no more applications. It's done on a routine basis, depending upon the season.
I think you're
Fest-
saying something different than the mayor, though, because I think the mayor's saying one uniform,
I'm saying-
only
I'm saying
solving
a-
banners,
I'm
all look
saying
the same
A menu.
every day of the
A
year.
menu of 8 different
so
flags.
you
or
have a
some-
different- yeah.
And those are done.
Yeah.
And who's gonna decide what's on the menu?
It would be seasonal or the TAC.
No, that opens a can of worms.
Yeah.
Well,
You
what
al-
season it
well, you have
is? I don't know.
the DRC already reviews signs and things like that, so you
Yeah,
could
okay.
bring a program before the DRC for them to.
Okay, but
to
then it
review.
comes, the DRC says this, and this, and then it's gotta come to us for approval, or the DRC has complete control, like you care.
Well, most DRC rulings don't come to the council.
Right. They make final ruling.
They are allowed to do that.
It's unlike the TAC, they are actually, it's a function.
The tax and advisory body to the council, the DRC does have approval.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so at this point,
What if we?
we've covered it back and forth.
I'll just toss out one third idea, because I think David's heading somewhere, but it needs more definition. What if we reserve that definition for the marketing exercise, or in conjunction with the marketing exercise that we've got planned? Yeah, but I think the idea of promoting events still suggests it's beyond the scope of design review, and it includes some aspects of marketing. And all I'm saying is reserve, and we can just make your decision today and put it on the table when we get to the marketing discussion.
All right, so wait a minute. So first off, now I will ask the question, council. If you want to put it on the table until the marketing discussion, we have to change enough to say nobody can put anything on until we've made that decision, which is a policy change right away. Or,
You're gonna get reactionary
Right.
tomorrow, I want my banners up.
and they're going to put in the application the minute they find out that this is going to be coming up later, and I want to stop it,
Staff direction, please.
okay?
Okay.
So, if we want to wait until.
No, I don't wanna wait.
Well, I'm not crazy about it either, but that's what, is that a motion?
Let-
So if we got a motion, do we have a second?
I'm gonna
Oh, I'm
craft-
sorry, go
I'm gonna
ahead.
Craft a motion, if I may.
All right, go ahead.
I would move that we no longer accept applications for banners, that the city will put up its own banners, and there'll be a menu of designs and banners available at a future
As it
date
sees fit.
as necessary.
And who makes the decision of which ones go up? Jenny?
Well, we can come back to that.
I think we should leave it
I'm
to
okay with
Jenny.
that motion right now. I'll second it.
All right, so he seconded it. We've got a motion and a second. We need a roll call vote, please.
So just to double check, so no more banners other than, city,
Only city banners,
only city banners, yeah.
but the design may vary.
Yeah, and who decides that banner is TBD?
I thought we were hearing DRC was gonna do it.
We're gonna,
right?
okay, so this is gonna be a new project. DRC is gonna decide this is the stuff that's,
What are we doing this season? What are
Yeah,
we doing
yeah,
next
okay.
season? But it's always a Solvang banner. Nobody else gets to put it up.
So we're taking no applications.
We're
No more
taking no more applications,
ever.
ever.
Okay.
The only difference is we have to, because we have accepted the application from PCPA, we have to honor that one
Yes.
until it's done. Did you want to make a point?
Yeah, so
I would just suggest that because you have one application in-house, perhaps the motion should be no longer accept or approve application.
Should Mike?
from the current group that was here tonight?
No,
I
it's
understand
No,
it,
this
the
is a
red,
new one.
PCPA, right?
no, the PCPA is approved, that's.
Right.
That's done, as I understand it, there's, the application for the red Danish flag has been filed.
I'm glad to hear you speak, though. That was nice.
Well, the applicant's here. Would you,
Well, she's already spoken on the thing. Wait a minute.
do you want to keep your application in, or do you want to withdraw that?
May I speak real quick on that? Okay, the reason, just one more time, real quick, and I know it's like.
Well, I asked the question, so.
I'm
give-
sorry.
Yeah, just,
Yeah, so in an effort to heal, I think it would be good outreach on your part too, if you could maybe do this. Only because of the fact that of all the vitriol that's been happening, all the bad press. I mean, we've got press around the world now on this stuff.
pretty cool.
This would show good faith.
But don't-
Just
so
for
don't
this,
talk yourself
just for
out of
this.
Uh,
And I know you're upset with it and everything else. I'm just saying, then deny it. But my point is that if, well, I mean, that's a.
I think,
What-
actually, guys, I think unfortunately, I think the structure of the current program, we're deciding on where we go from here. Structure of the current program is we voted on them earlier and approved the banner for that particular event. Nobody gets two versions on this list right now.
But I don't want to vote for every single group that comes before this council
Yes.
with a
Right.
different banner.
Yes.
Well,
So that application has been received, but not acted on from a staff level.
So at this point, we can just not do anything with the application.
we can grandfather it in, is what they're asking, I think.
Well, I know what they're asking. Can we just say no because we haven't reviewed it and accepted it?
Correct.
You could give your direction to staff to no longer approve applications.
Okay.
Okay.
From the Chamber of Commerce, we have an we have an application in for Music in the Park already. We just did not put our banner application in, but our application has been in since
Music in the
February.
park is fine. It's not a banner. We're talking banners only.
I know, so which means we don't get a banner for Music in the Park.
Correct.
Streetlight banner. She's talking about streetlights.
I'm sorry?
She's talking about the streetlight
I'm
banner.
talking a street banner,
Oh, wait a minute. We're talking about streetlight banners, right?
correct. And
That's
we
not
have,
part of your application.
we have not put it in yet because we were waiting for our approval. So we always put that in later. So I'm just saying, it's in your packet there, but it's not on the books because we don't usually put it in until May when we're approved.
Okay, thank you. Well, the public comment is over.
Well,
She's
you
an
let her
applicant.
talk.
Go, please go.
She hasn't put hers in.
She,
So you let people, you pick who you want to talk?
yes.
Oh, it's
Sit
like
down,
that?
please.
Oh, okay, I will.
Thank
you.
Damn it. Sorry.
We have a motion and a second, and I think we need to understand what that motion is one more time before we go through this. Because we've got applications that we need to say are not going to be accepted, if that's part of the motion. We're going to do just one, are we going to do just Solvang only flags, or banners, sorry?
Yeah, my thought process was basically that they would be Solvang flags by ownership. The design, for example, if there's music in the park, they can submit that, and we put them up as our flags, but there's no application for it. If we choose to, or the TAC or the DRC says that this is a good time of the year to put these types of flags up for music in the park, because that's an activity that draws tourists and commerce, then DRC.
DRC, Design Review Committee.
I can't handle all
Yeah.
this acronym soup at 11 o'clock. So it would be their choice and when they go up, which ones they pick, for what season, for what events. But we have maybe 8 of them to choose from that are
Okay.
that are
Is
owned
that
by
your
the
motion?
city. Yes.
have
And
it.
with regards to existing applications, well, there is no application for one, and the other, unfortunately, I would have to say that we would not entertain any future. Just apologize.
But if I may add, music in the park has been a tradition for how many years? I don't remember. But if you were to say, music in the park, El Rojoy, Yule Fest, PCPA, and Danish Days, are you opening this too wide?
You're still,
That's our choice.
that's different, well, but that's different organizations. It's not Solvang. That's the part I'm having a problem.
All right, then, all right.
But, okay.
But to me, I'm sorry, but to me, El Rojoy is Solvang, even if Esther's not there anymore.
I understand
No.
what you're saying, but they're not.
And I'm okay to work with you on this then. Yule Fest, PCPA, and Danish Days?
First of all, Danish Days has never had street light banners. It does a highway banner, I
They don't
believe.
need them.
But they've not done street pole
Okay,
banners.
Yule Fest and PCPA.
No.
I'm sorry, never mind. Yule Fest and PCPA.
Why PCPA and not Los Olivos Dance Gallery?
Or Miss Fossa Mall's dance gathering. Or
I think we're going to get that question. Yeah, we make that decision.
Mr. City Attorney.
And I just want to be able to tell people why.
Why? We need some logic.
Without, yeah.
How about just do Yule Fest?
I mean, Jewel Fest, we pay for Jewel Fest. That it's a citywide celebration. That makes sense. It's people applying for, their own organization. That's where it gets in a gray area.
Yeah.
Basically, what would we use for advertising for city endeavors? And they belong to us. Think of it as a billboard to swap out for the benefit of Solvang, not necessarily the benefit. If it's PCPA, because they have instead of doing PCPA, we can do one of their shows. I'm just saying,
You're being creative.
I don't want
understand.
to have to control it that much. It's just the city owns those banners, and it's our discretion which ones we put up.
And this is also in reaction to anticipation
to,
of
but
other groups.
Yeah.
Where they can come and say, I need this because you did this, which is, we've just,
And they will be there.
Not for me.
yeah, well, I know. I've already heard about it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
All right, so somebody make a motion.
Well, I think,
I think I have one.
I'm going to revise
Let's
it.
deal with it.
So
I'm
just
gonna revise it
gonna,
that day
it's
after.
gotten
to help,
modified.
maybe the
modify
first
it.
step would be that we take the Danish flag with the crown that says Solvang on it, and we purchase enough of those to cover all the poles. And that's your first run of the city-owned
Yeah,
banner.
I didn't want to get into the
Right.
logistics.
But that one has been historically, that flag has been on those street poles since
Well, and-
a long time. And so but I don't know, we have enough to cover the whole,
but we also have
Whole
an
program.
We don't.
exception for the one we just approved.
right. Well, this is once those
But that's
expire.
2 weeks.
Once those expire, yeah.
And then the city also owns the kind of advertisements. So you'll see like the Able Skivers, you'll see one that says Skoll. The city also owns those as well.
Cool.
And Yule Fest.
So those are,
essentially.
yeah, we're all over the place.
And we are.
I'm going to make a motion that we modify, I'm going to modify yours, Dave, just because I really think it's such, when you say advertising and promote, those are marketing terms. They belong in the marketing domain.
We have a marketing
We're going to.
budget, you know, so.
Well,
Well, we will.
whoever becomes the TAC and the marketing manager combination or whatever that body ends up being should govern what those look like, the design, the branding, the events that we promote, if that's what we decide to do, and that would be in their responsibility. Whether we own them or the city, decides what the distribution of the use of those banners and what they look like. It really is marketing domain. So maybe we just, for the moment, say, let's go with all of the Solvang crown, help me out, Brad, with the right words. Solvang branded
flag
red
with-
banner
with a-
on all the gas lamps for the moment.
But then we have to continue that on a little bit and say we're no longer going to accept applications.
Yeah.
And therefore, we're no longer accepting applications.
And then we'll talk to the marketing people later and see if we want to change that.
I think it should be part of the facilitated agenda we develop,
Yeah.
right? It could
That's a good
be, I
idea.
think we need to be open to, it could be an integrated marketing plan when we're done.
Okay, so we'll get Brad back here in a second.
Yeah.
So the motion is that we put up the Solvang banners on all of the light poles, one banner per pole, because I understand PG&E doesn't like it when you put two banners up.
Yeah, we
So
tried
when
that.
it's
We
a
don't do that
problem, yeah.
anymore. No.
And we no longer accept any applications. We have two events that we have already approved that we have to let go, and that is PCPA and the 2 weeks of the what do you call it, Rainbow House.
Pride.
That's
Yep.
the motion?
That's the motion.
We got it layered up. Do I have a second? I'll second that. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
It sucks, but yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Arona,
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-1.
thank you.
And just to clarify, it's not the motion that sucks, it's the fact that we are in this position.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I think we are on 6D. And
Do they need another motion?
Ms. Clerk, if you would give us an introduction to 6D, please?
Seat back.
Certainly, discussion and possible action on formation of an ad hoc finance subcommittee to review budget, investment, financing, and grant funding related issues.
Staff report? Yeah.
On June 27th, 2022, the City Council adopted a two-year financial plan for fiscal years 22, 23, and 23, 24. A biennial financial plan improves efficiency in the budget process by limiting the time spent on budget prep and requires strategic planning over a two-year period. In the past years, the City Council would establish an ad hoc finance subcommittee whose purpose was to assist the development of the budget recommendation to the full City Council. The subcommittee would meet on an as-needed basis. Historically, the ad hoc committee's members were appointed in January of each year. In January 2019 was the last time that the ad hoc finance subcommittee was established. The subcommittee included two members, one being the mayor and one the other council member that would work along with the city manager and staff to create a budget proposal for the full city council consideration. Due to multitude of staffing changes, staff is requesting the city council establish an ad hoc finance subcommittee for input on grant funding, the proposed budget, and financing options for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. The alternatives is the council could elect not to establish a finance ad hoc subcommittee.
Questions of the staff report?
No.
You look like you're going to say something.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, in the past, how has the ad hoc work with city staff that, could be a good resource? I know that it has been questioned in the past whether any of us or is finance savvy, and I know that we have people in our staff that are qualified and can assist us with this. How does that work?
Historically, it was just for staffs kind of has a first cut when they're doing the budget prep or the reviewing the grant applications. It gives us a little more buy-in by two of the council members have helped review and made recommendations on that. So it assists staff all the technical work is going to get done by the finance. But this then gives at least the little buy-in to the council before you go to the full panel and hopefully avoid some longer budget hearings that have historically used to happen.
So we can actually help explain it to the rest of the council.
Yeah, you've heard it and kind of vetted it to
Right.
some degree, yeah.
Thank you. We're going to lay it all on Wendy, aren't we?
Yes, we're ready.
Any other questions?
No.
Public comment. I have a public comment slip from Miss Elamine.
Mr. Amfani, I don't know who you think you are to talk to me like you did, but I don't appreciate it. And if you have a problem with me, you don't treat me like you treat anybody else, okay? You treat me with respect. You're just the mayor. You don't
This is
tell
a
me,
discussion
excuse
of
me,
item
I am in a
6D.
public comment talking about something. You don't have to like it. I'm talking about the ad hoc committee. That was dismantled by the former 2018 gang, which was Ryan Tucson, Mr. Lost, and you put him in, Robert Clark, and DeJernis, who was recalled. They took away this ad hoc committee. It was taken away when they came in and fired everybody, and we have all these suits still that we're paying out because of these three. So you need this. You may not, you don't know because you didn't hear this when you came, but he hasn't told you all of his baggage that he had. If he did, you wouldn't have voted him back in. But you got to learn how to respect people who don't agree with you. You need to learn that, especially when the name is Denise Elamine, okay? Remember that. Keep it to yourself. I don't care what you have to say.
Yes, ma'am. Any other public comment? We'll bring it back to the council. Comments? A motion? First off, we have to pick another person. And I had spoken with Mr. Brown. Because of his business, he does a lot with finance and would probably understand it a lot better than I would, actually. So I had asked him if he would be willing to serve with me on this ad hoc finance committee. And he said yes. So now do I have any comments or questions?
Just want to be a team player.
Appreciate it.
I think, guys, the grant funding is so critical to us, and we're already disadvantaged because we're not a disadvantaged town. So we need to get all over this and get excellent fast. So appreciate your work on that.
I think we may have a misunderstanding. I think this is our grants to other people, not
Yeah.
other people's grants to us.
Okay, fair enough.
This is
You're
who,
right.
who we will
My bad.
approve to give a grant to. Right. So it's not getting grants for us.
So, okay, that makes me ask a few more questions.
Okay?
I mean, how do we define how much money we're granting and giving away?
Brad, didn't we change the grant funding policy and put a limit on that?
Did not put a limit on it.
We didn't put a limit on it.
That's something that's been talked about every year. And it's just tied into what's available. We now know the applications because you're only doing a single period of applications.
Right.
So you would know who's requested what. So the subcommittee would look at those and make recommendations on that.
Okay. I think there were some recent decisions, though, last year modifying who we were willing to grant funding to. Are we going to grandfather those decisions? Or do we need to revisit all of that?
What the ad hoc committee, I hope we bring to you.
Okay.
That's what we're going to
then-
take a look at. yeah.
Okay. So you'll decide the structure, the approval process, the conditions, and how much we're willing to give. Is that right? Okay.
I believe
Before we
that's-
approve it. And it
Yeah,
comes
the
back to us for approval.
application process was adopted by the council, so
Okay.
there's that process is already in place.
Right.
It's in place, and we took applications and we've closed the application process. So we have, I do believe there were 9 applicants.
Well, regardless of how many there are, I will recuse myself on any conflicts because I am very active in the charitable world here, so.
I think if we
In that
just have
case,
some
it'll be Wendy and I.
decision criteria, then, that's pretty clear for everybody, right? Who's a qualifier, who's not.
Here's a question for staff, particularly for council, legal counsel. So if one of us is a member of an organization, the Rotary or the Vikings or whatever, and that organization comes forward and puts in an application, how does a council member conduct themselves in that case?
In terms of a strict conflict of interest analysis, I'm sorry to turn awkwardly back here. In terms of a strict conflict of interest analysis, with a nonprofit, we draw a line between a member, as in the member of the Kiwanis Club or a member of Rotary, and a board member or officer. If one is a board member or an officer of a nonprofit or a paid employee, then that's a conflict of interest. If you're a member of a club, for example, that's not strictly a legal conflict of interest. Whether that perception makes an individual council member uncomfortable participating is up to the individual council member in that case. But board member, officer, employee is a conflict of interest that requires recusal.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add to that? That's very interesting because, for example, if you're a Rotary member, but not a board member, you can still vote on the Rotary getting $25,000 to put on 4th of July fireworks. But I was on the board of directors for the Danish Brotherhood for 10 years. Well, I don't remember asking for money, but so a member of Rotary can vote on 4th of July, $25,000 grant for 4th of July.
If you're comfortable with that perception, it's a perception.
Well, and as Dave has taught me over the years, if you ever have to ask the question, recuse yourself.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got to ask another, I'm sorry, you finished?
No, go ahead, sorry.
I'm confused, Wendy, I'm sorry. There's a paragraph here that says, we're deciding on proposed budget and financing options for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which is why I was confused by what this money is for.
It's not the money, it's when we get to the point.
Setting a
of-
budget.
When we get to the point of going after financing for the wastewater treatment plant, we will then bring in the subcommittee to evaluate the financing options.
That's fair. Okay, so the scope of work for the committee we're going to approve, right? That's our one decision.
Yeah, yes.
Is broader scope
So
than
this-
just
this-
how we deciding to give grant money out.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and
Apologize,
this-
I didn't
Okay,
realize that.
okay.
And the committee will be for until January, and then in January, if you want to continue having the finance subcommittee, then that will continue for the whole entire year after that.
Got it. Thank you.
Last questions, comments?
Nope.
In that case, I think do we need a motion, or can we just all say yay?
You made a motion already.
Oh, I did make a motion. The motion is that Mr. Brown and I will be the ad hoc finance committee. Can I have a second?
Yay.
Can I have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Claudia Rona,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Elizabeth Rona.
Yes.
Mayor Infante.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. I believe that concludes everything we have on here except the AB 1234 report. Anybody want to talk about what they've been doing on AB that would affect 1234?
I did have one field trip to Diablo power plant, PG&E power plant, which was amazing. And I learned a lot. I did get a $16 lunch, which I paid for. I sent them a check, but it was after the fact. It was a fascinating place that's run extremely well. And I think if you get a chance to visit the plant hosted by PG&E, you should take it.
Can I add something to that? When I went on that tour, the mayor at the time, we get all the way up there, we sit through the classroom, we get to the gate of Diablo Canyon, and his driver's license was expired.
Oh,
And he sat in the car for 4 hours
Oh,
while we toured Diablo Canyon. They are strict. There's a lot of security. It is one of the most fascinating things I've ever seen in my entire life. That's all I have.
One quick note. Councilmember Elizabeth Arona and I went to the SB CAG training program, and we actually got a panino sandwich and a cup of coffee and that. And then we went through the SB CAG meeting where we discussed some of the events coming up. And that's about it.
On Friday evening, I'll be attending the California Cities League dinner, or district area dinner at Madonna Inn, and I'll report those findings. Thank you.
Super. In that case, I declare the meeting over at, what is that, 11:12.